Where are you from?
India.
Where are you going? Thank you. You?
India.
Where you going?
Oregon.
Thank you. You?
India.
Where you going?
New York.
Thank you.
India.
Where you going? Thank you.
India.
Where you going?
California.
Thank you. You?
India. California.
Thank you. You?
America.
Thank you. Where you going?
California.
You? Where you going?
Indianapolis.
Okay, thank you. Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Michigan. Where you from? ¿Dónde vienes? Where you going? Where you going? Where you from? Guinea. Where you going, sir?
I'm going to New York.
Thank you, sir. You?
Thank you.
Where you going?
Thank you.
Where you going?
Thank you.
What state are you going to?
I go to Senegal.
And you?
Senegal.
Are you going to New York?
Nice.
Where you going?
New York.
You?
Senegal.
You?
Louisville.
Louisville. You?
New York.
New York. You? You? New York. You? New York? You? 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 Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? New York? Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Where you coming from?
Senegal.
Where you going?
New York.
Where you coming from?
Yeah.
Where you going?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where you coming from? Where you going?
Yeah.
Where you going? Where you going? ¿Dónde vienes?
Colombia.
¿A dónde vas, viejo?
Estados Unidos.
¿Y usted? ¿A qué estado?
Texas.
Texas. ¿Y usted?
Texas.
¿Y usted? Texas. ¿Y usted? ¿Viene? Okay. Where you from? Where you from?
I'm from Africa.
Where you going?
America.
Where you going? ¿Dónde vienes?
¿Ah?
¿Cuántos años tienes?
12.
¿Vienes solo?
Sí.
Wow. Buenas noches. ¿Dónde vienes? ¿A qué estado te diriges?
Sur Carolina.
South Carolina. Gracias. ¿Y usted? ¿De dónde viene?
Guatemala.
Guatemala. ¿Vas a Washington?
No, Kentucky.
A Kentucky. ¿Y usted, señorita?
Kentucky.
A Kentucky. ¿Y usted?
Kentucky.
Kentucky. ¿Y usted?
Denver, Colorado.
Denver. ¿Y usted?
Denver, Colorado.
¿Y usted?
Denver, Colorado.
Denver. ¿Y usted?
Denver.
Denver. ¿Y usted?
Denver.
Denver.
Pensilvania.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Ecuador. ¿De dónde vienes? ¿A dónde vas?
Ecuador, Estados Unidos.
¿A qué estado? Espérate, ¿a qué
A
estado?
New Jersey.
A New Jersey. ¿Y tú?
A Houston.
A Houston, gracias.
Houston.
Houston. Houston. Houston. Houston. Houston.
Houston.
Houston.
Nueva
Nueva
York.
Jersey.
Nueva Jersey.
Nueva Jersey. New Jersey. New Jersey. New Jersey. New Jersey. Houston.
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 Arizona.
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 Virginia.
Virginia. New York. New York. New York. New
New Jersey.
Jersey. Manhattan.
Minneapolis.
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 Minneapolis. Arkansas. 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 Where you going? ¿Dónde vas? Arkansas. Okay, ¿y tú?
Omaha.
Omaha. ¿Y tú? Houston.
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis.
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. Nueva York.
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis.
Chicago.
Chicago. New York.
New York.
New York.
New York.
New York.
Nueva York.
New York. New York. New York. New York. ¿Dónde vas?
New York.
New York.
New Jersey.
New Jersey, gracias. New Jersey.
New Jersey.
New Jersey. ¿Y usted? ¿Y usted?
New Jersey.
¿Y usted?
New Jersey.
¿Y usted?
Jersey.
Gracias. ¿Y usted? Where you going? Where you going?
Texas.
Texas. You?
Colorado.
Colorado. You?
New York.
New York. You?
California.
California. You?
New York.
New York. You? Miami.
California.
California.
Texas.
Texas.
New York.
New York.
Texas.
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 Colorado.
Colorado.
Texas.
Texas.
New York.
New York.
Texas.
Texas.
California.
California. Where are you from? ¿Dónde vienes?
India.
India. Where you going?
New York.
New York. Where you from?
India.
Where you going?
New York.
You?
India. New York.
Thank you.
India. New York.
Thank you.
India. Indiana.
Thank you.
India.
Where you going?
LA.
Thank you. You?
India.
Where you going?
Arizona.
¿Dónde vienes? Where you
India.
from?
Philippines.
Thank you. Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Go ahead. ¿Dónde vienes?
India.
India. Where you going?
New
New
York.
York. You?
India.
Where you?
Washington, Seattle.
Thank you.
India.
Where you going?
Chicago.
Okay. You? Where you from?
Senegal.
Where you going?
Senegal.
Where you going?
America.
New York, California. Where?
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. Thank you. You?
Senegal.
Where you going?
New York.
Thank you. You?
Senegal.
Where you going?
New York.
Thank you. You?
Senegal.
Where you going?
Houston.
Thank you. You?
Senegal.
Where you going? You.
Senegal.
Where you going?
Springfield.
Where you going? Where you from?
Senegal.
Where you going?
New York.
Thank you. You.
Ecuador.
Where you? ¿De dónde vienes?
Ecuador.
¿A dónde vas?
Nueva York.
Gracias. ¿Y usted?
Ecuador.
¿A dónde vas?
Nueva York.
Gracias. ¿Y usted? ¿A dónde va? ¿Y usted?
Nueva York.
Gracias.
Holy crap! Did you guys get a load of that? Guys, if you don't think the border is wide open, our guy on the border, Anthony Aguero, that was like 318 people in 5 minutes. And we're talking about people eating ducks in Springfield. I mean, there's no border. They're coming from everywhere, and they're going everywhere in the United States. Forget Springfield. I mean, we got stories now. We got Haitians in all parts of Alabama. We'll get to that. What is going on, people? It's like the border security isn't bad. There is no border. In some cases, they're flying these people here direct now. The Biden administration, it is out of control. It is off the chain. And I just find it funny how we're stuck examining minute details to find out of missing animals in one particular town in Ohio. So welcome to another NeoUnrealist live stream. I was shocked as I was setting up the stream just before here. I don't know what happened, but I just was connecting the now restored NeoUnrealist account to my AdSense, and poof, it's monetized. I don't know. Maybe when they return the account, it just put it the way it was when it was there. So clearly a mistake has been made. I think I'm pretty sure that YouTube did not just all of a sudden say, "Hey, you're such a good guy." Because first of all, I don't even think I have the traffic to. I've done one live stream, so I don't even know if I have enough view duration to even qualify for their partnership program. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's not on you guys. Same rules apply as usual during these streams. I guess now, if I'm right, you should be able to send super chats like you did before. I don't know. We shall see. Maybe one will roll in during the stream, but. The other situation we have is I've done a deep dive. I finally got access to the Perkins Coie report on what happened in Aurora, Colorado. The 9-page report, I guess 10 if there's a cover letter. So I got my hands on that, and it's a doozy. That's a great document. It's a follow the money type situation in Aurora and all these places. So as soon as we get that fixed up, we'll go and explore that as well. What else do I have set up on the potato? We got Springfield. We got the new situation in Alabama, and we got follow the money. We got the developments in Sweden on this same tangled story of global migration. Let me just adjust my screen so I could follow what's going on with you guys. Alright, so that according to Jay Fry, no, there's no place to send super chat, so it must be a glitch. Actually, let me pop up my own live stream in a second here. Let me see what you guys see. I'll hit the mute so you don't Have to hear the live stream twice. There we go. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, so let's get to the situation. All right, so what you heard there. Oh, by the way, that song was created by, what is our man's name here? This individual was the Kifness over there on X, the app formerly known as Twitter. If you want to hear that song in its entirety, there have been other songs. They got this guy. He made this one. Similar theme there with Hassan Piker providing. Let's listen to this for a minute.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. Yeah! And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. Oh!
Who's got the fire? Yeah, I believe this one was.
This is what's happening.
This was made by a guy trying to dump on Trump, and it's actually been co-opted as a as a pro-Trump anthem. But anyway, we have tracked down the animal situation in Springfield, and I don't want to dwell on this because I think this has turned into really an unfortunate side issue that, you know, the Democrats and the mainstream media have used to distract from the real issue here. The real issue in Springfield, and really the issue nationally. So we have Ohio resident behind a post that sparked false rumors about Haitian migrants eating pets in Springfield expresses regret. It just exploded. So it turns out that the original post, you know, the person that said, "Oh, my neighbor's daughter, they ate her cat." Well, it turns out the post did some reporting. They went down there, they talked to the neighbor, and she says it wasn't her daughter, it was an acquaintance. And so now basically it's like secondhand hearsay. So make of that what you will. So, I mean, it's hard to base a story based on my neighbor's acquaintance kind of situation. So I put that on as questionable. But obviously there has been a police report that was made regarding four Haitians taking 4 geese from the park. I forget the name of the park in this town. But here is the Clark County call center, the report or the call. This was on, what was it, August 26th. The responding officer was Officer Jay Perlman. He was riding in Unit 221E. So nothing apparently as far as the Clark County people said, nothing really came of that. The responding officer didn't find anything. Clearly the people in the Toyota, they were described as driving a gray Toyota. They had apparently left the scene before he got there. This is the infamous, they're walking around snatching up ducks. What else do we have here? We have the first person who is a actual first person witness where they tried to take her animals. This was Taylor Hansen. During his investigation, he went to Springfield, and we'll hear this lady's story where apparently Haitians tried to take her animals on 2 occasions.
We've been here since April of 2024.
Okay. And then you were telling me earlier off camera about your experience with, obviously, you have, you know, a lot of geese and ducks and livestock out here, and there's horses just over in the other pasture. So what has your experience been?
We had a set of Haitians that showed up in the driveway, pulled in, laying on the horn. Hi, baby. And they were demanding to rent a chicken.
They wanted to rent a chicken. So how was that interaction? How did that go down?
When you try to explain to them that the chicken wasn't for sale, because apparently it was for a little girl's birthday tradition, which I wasn't buying. So it just told them it wasn't for sale. They got very angry, very agitated that we would not sell them a chicken, started demanding the chicken. It took my husband to run them off for them to leave.
Okay, and how long were they sitting out here on your property demanding that you give them a chicken?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
And then your husband
in
had
a
to come out?
thunderstorm. Yes. There's a carry out down here, and they live up this way. So they were walking down the street, dipped under the fence, chasing my little duckies here. And I found them, yelled at them, screamed at them. They left.
So they were chasing your ducks on your property?
They were chasing our ducks on the property.
In broad daylight?
In broad daylight.
And then they came back?
I don't think they were after the horses, so...
And then they came back, tried to rent a chicken.
It was a different incident. The chicken was one incident. The ducks were another.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you had any other weird experiences out here?
We don't shop at Walmart because they literally will shove you around, especially me. I'm not a very big woman. They like to just kind of push me around. They'll eat chips in the aisleway, sit them down, keep walking. They just don't conduct themselves in a civil manner.
Yeah. Well, and you said you were from Louisiana and you have a lot of experience with, you know, the Haitian population and things like that. But what do you think their intention was, if you can speak on it, of them coming and trying to rent a duck in the middle of the night?
I can tell you that there are some ritualistic practices that are involving poultry. It's not usually a spoken thing. It's a voodoo thing, or I'm not sure exactly what they call it down there, but they do use
All right,
animals.
she's talking about voodoo rituals involving poultry. That is accurate. So if you are a practitioner of the voodoo religion, there are animal sacrifices. I have witnessed animal sacrifices, but not in the voodoo context. Here in New York, you have, among a small subset of Hispanics, there is a religion called Santeria, which is a cult involving... Now, their sacrifices... Most of their animal sacrifices, or at least in my experience, involve chickens. They will slaughter chickens usually, but so that's been my experience of seeing that. I can remember a couple of occasions seeing chickens sacrificed.
Ritual sacrifices, or in different ways. So, you know, as soon as they said it was a traditional thing, I was like, yeah, you're not getting my chicken. These are our pets. They're not farm animals. They're our pets. They're my husband's pets, and they're beloved pets. So we're not letting anybody take them, more or less someone that is going to bring it back the next day. Yeah, no. All
right, so she was not buying the want to rent the chicken story. This is the first person that I've seen that has personally claimed that her animals, whether they be livestock or whatever, I guess geese are technically livestock. I don't know if you say the goose was your pet, but it seems like these people are after her livestock, and this to me is the most credible report I've seen in Springfield of Haitians trying to obtain somebody's animals. Here we have a... I don't know if this is direct evidence. You have a missing dog here. Missing. Have you seen him? His name is Vato. Again, Taylor Hanson tracked this down. Obviously, they leave their number there, and they're offering a $20 reward if you've seen the missing doggo Vato. So hopefully that works out for that family. They find their missing doggo. Here we have Christopher Rufo. He's got his people crawling around. And you know what? This being YouTube, I'm not going to let that play. But apparently this is in Dayton, Ohio. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Is it? Yeah, Dayton. Which I'm not big good on Ohio geography exactly, so I think it's 25 miles away from where Springfield is. So this is apparently, these were not Haitian migrants, these were African migrants from Congo. The neighbors confirmed that this video with the blue barbecue, which is still there, they left the blue barbecue behind. Apparently they moved out about a month ago. They were barbecuing cats in this blue barbecue, as you can see there, and they claimed that these African migrants from Congo, not Haiti, Congo, I want to be specific here, in Dayton, Ohio, that they were in fact barbecuing cats. That is according to Christopher Rufo's investigative reporters who tracked this down in Dayton, Ohio. So we've got some weird culinary habits going on all over Ohio now, it appears. Let's see what's going on with this. Okay, whatever this was is gone. Now, the funny thing is, if you look on the internet and search for Haitians consuming cats, what you will find is a long documented history of the consumption of cats in Haiti. And here we have, I'm not even sure I could share some of these images. Here's a guy that 12 years ago posted to Reddit that he went to Haiti and was served stewed cat, and he confirms this with photographic documentary evidence. You can see this fellow here stewing a cat. He shows the process from essentially strangling the cat with, or hanging it actually, and all the way through the stewing process. And yes, he offers him the stew, and this was just normal. I mean, obviously, from what I can ascertain in looking into this, not all Haitians eat cats. This is a very small, a small subset, a fringe practice, shall you say? But again, it does happen. There are people in Haiti who eat cats, so this is documented. I'm hesitant to even show you this situation. Probably YouTube will eat the stream if I did. But that not being the only situation, here's a piece written in 2014. Here's the title in Family Health Ministries. Hey, where are all the cats in Port-au-Prince? Now, this woman, she asked around. She noticed there was a distinct lack of cats in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, but a lot of dogs. And she would ask, and they indicated to her, listen, we don't eat the cats. But she later found out that actually there was some Haitians who do. So again, this is not a new issue, at least in Haiti. Let's see. Oh, a lot of these disappear. You know, that's the trouble with a lot of these sensitive topics. People will post them on X, and then they'll find out that they they got misinformation, and they'll delete them. But here's another story that has been making the rounds, where these two illegal Honduran migrants were arrested after taking down a bald eagle that they planned to cook and eat. This happened in Nebraska, and this was a couple of years ago, actually last year, 2023. So that didn't involve Haitians. That was two Hondurans, and they took down, as you know, the bald eagle is a protected animal. So again, not Springfield, not Ohio even, involving two Hondurans. But again, keep in mind, why are we getting so bogged down with the specifics of Haitians in Springfield? This is happening everywhere, guys. I mean, there's weird. You saw the video. They're coming from everywhere. Every weird culinary habit and element that you could think of around the world, they're coming to America, as they say. The old Neil Diamond song. This was the phone call with the geese. So the official position of the county, at least the Clark County, which is basically the county that is Springfield, Ohio, says that they have no evidence of the claim that Haitians took geese at Springfield Park, referring to the phone call. So again, that's silly. They have evidence. The guy calling it in is evidence. Whether you believe that or not is up to you, but that is evidence. But we have the other situation. Now, you have to understand the deal. Why Haiti is in such dire straits. I mean, if you don't believe they'll eat animals... See, I don't find it that hard to believe. Let's be honest. If you were starving and there was nothing else around, yeah, you'd probably eat a cat. I'm not trying to sit here and bash people that were hungry after an earthquake. Remember, they had that big one. Was it 2011 or 2012? I think it was 2011. They had a huge earthquake in Haiti, and there was just widespread hunger. If you're hungry and you eat a cat, listen, you do what you got to do. They eat worse stuff in Haiti. I mean, come on. This is the place where they make cookies out of dirt, or little cakes out of dirt and mud, and eat them, okay?
They look a lot like pancakes or cookies. The recipe passed down from generations here in Haiti. Women spend entire days making them. Grandmothers, daughters, and younger girls. Infants are nursed while mothers work the mix. Kids seem to enjoy them, at least when our camera was around.
These kids are not enjoying that. I don't know what this guy's talking about. I've seen kids eat foods they enjoy. These kids are not enjoying that.
But these patties, known as bonbon terres by the Haitians who eat them, are a grim reminder of just how poor this Caribbean nation is. They aren't sweet, they're hard to swallow, and add almost nothing in terms of nutrition, because the cookies are actually made of dirt.
All right, so I mean, for leftists trying to tell us, that there's no strange culinary habits in. That are associated with Haiti. Come on. I mean, who are we kidding here? But we even had Biden the other day. Even Biden's got jokes. The little noted thing here, the day he put on the Trump hat for that gentleman. Wait till the end and listen to what Biden says.
Ain't going that far. Yeah. He was doing a selfie. There he goes. Hey, I'm proud of you now. Huh? Just remember, no eating dogs and cats.
All right, so even Biden getting in with the jokes with the no eating dogs and cats. Just remember that when the next time Trump or someone else like that makes a dog or a cat joke, and remember, they're not bashing Biden for that. just keep that in mind. But there's been a strange situation that's happening now in Houston, Texas. Last thing we're going to mention about missing and mutilated animals is multiple cats in Houston. This is going on now. Have been found cut up and mutilated in recent weeks. No arrests have been made so far.
Horrific sight Jackson Heim and others here have seen.
So my mom was out walking her dog, and she passed by, saw that a black cat was severed in half.
Cats cut in half, others with their paws cleanly chopped off.
We have not found any blood around any of the bodies that we've picked up, and we've also, all of their internal organs are still around.
Each of these cats are part of a community colony. The first found dead 2 weeks ago. The second cat, this calico named Stella, found mutilated this past Sunday. And the third just reported on Wednesday.
And for this to happen 3 times in 2 weeks when we haven't seen anything like this in 30 years, I find it hard to believe that that's just a random animal attack.
Neighbors that live along Park Drive have filed at least 3 separate reports with Houston police. Animal cruelty detectives are investigating, saying there's simply just not enough evidence to know if this was done by an animal or a person.
We don't know where the other half is.
While we were interviewing Jackson, Houston's BARC team arrived to pick up the remains of the latest victim, collecting them for necropsy a full day after these residents called 911.
We talked to the officers yesterday, and as you can see, the body is still out here being eaten.
All right, so we have weird stuff going on in Houston. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to make of that in Houston. I don't know who's responsible. Not even a guess, but somebody's going around cutting cats in half in Houston. So since I was looking into strange doing, it's like I feel like I'm in the X-Files here, where where they're looking at cattle mutilations or something. But yes, this is what I do for you, my viewing audience. I look around for the animal mutilations across the country. This is a weird time, man. You can't make up some of the stories. You have to do a deep dive on. So let's wait for the potato. Oh, we've got already the potato choking on 29 tabs. Let's see if any one of these have loaded up. They keep on spinning. Of course, the last one pops up first. All right, let's see what we can get going on there. Wow, the potato is really chewing on these. Oh, it's coming in, guys. It is coming in. Yes, we have progress, finally. All right. So, Taylor Hanson again. Now, this woman here, I don't believe she has had direct experience with her animals going missing. She owns a pit bull, I believe. But she has a perspective on what's going on in Springfield. And she's outside. This is outside one of the city council meetings, I believe. Or is this a protest outside? Anyway, he got to talk to her.
There's been a lot of allegations of animals going missing. Ducks being basically
yes, sir.
taken.
There's pictures of that too.
Can you speak on that? Have you ever seen that in person?
I've seen, the only thing I've seen, I did see a pig's head laying down in Snyder Park.
You saw a pig's head?
A pig's head.
Like it had been cut off? Or?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't really see that every day, do you?
No, you don't. It's kind of surprising.
Wow.
But then our city wants to pass it off as cult stuff.
As cult stuff?
Yeah.
Do you think that has anything to do with, like the connections with voodoo that Haitians commonly have? I mean, in Haiti, it's a very commonly practiced thing.
I'm sorry. There's actually been a couple people that I know that have been told that they were going to be cursed by voodoo.
By Haitians?
By Haitians.
So that actually is a real thing
that.
here?
Yes.
Them practicing voodoo with animals, pig's head?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. That's, you don't hear that every day. That's crazy. How long have you been a resident of Springfield, Ohio?
My entire 58 years.
Your entire 58 years?
Yes,
so
sir.
You don't look a day over 20, okay? So
Thanks.
How would you describe what's going on here in Springfield? What are your concerns? What brings you out to City Hall today?
My concerns are security, mostly for the women in this town, the young girls. I've been accosted. I've been groped. I've been followed. I don't leave my house unless I'm armed and have my pit bull. And I couldn't bring them down here, but luckily I knew there was a bunch of people. The education system, it's terrible. And we've got adults going to school at the high school.
Can you
There were
explain that a little
fights
bit?
the first day. There are illegals. They're from 19 to 23 years old going to our high school.
That's a little unusual. I don't think I've ever heard that before.
My 10-year-old
That's crazy.
granddaughter
That is crazy.
has a 16-year-old in her class.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does that raise safety concerns for you?
It raises many safety concerns for me. And like I said, all the women and females in Springfield, I don't care how old you are. Obviously, I'm 58 and I've been accosted.
Can you explain kind of what happened in that situation?
Well, I have lived on the south end of Springfield my whole entire life. It is the majority of the population is black. I've never had any problems. I was at a store a few days ago on South Limestone Street. I was attacked. I was called racist because I'm white. That was their reasoning, because I'm white.
And then you had mentioned about, being groped in the past. Could you explain that as well?
Yeah, a Haitian guy was following me around the store, literally following me. I asked him once, "Why are you following me?"
I don't mean to be insulting to this woman. I mean, she's a woman of advanced age. Who is running around trying to grope this woman? This is ridiculous.
He smiled and turned his back. The second time he came down the aisle, he was up against my rear end. And I pushed back from him and I said, "What the F are you doing?" And he said, "You don't understand English." So I pulled up my shirt and said, "Do you understand that?" And he left.
Wow. Well, and what would you want people? Obviously, this has kind of blown up into a national news story overnight, it seems like.
Well, they're burying their heads in the sand. Our city commission, our mayors, our people that we pay to protect us, the police, their hands are tied. I mean, everybody's complaining because the police aren't doing nothing, but they can't. Biden and Harris gave these people complete immunity, complete amnesty. So their hands are tied. So we're on our own here. And then they get on the news and they say that we're lying about what's going on here. If you get on Facebook, for anybody that lives in Springfield that feels the way I do, there's pictures to prove what we're saying.
I've heard a lot in the interviews that I've talked to today and obviously seen online about the driving out here. Does the driving concern you?
That would be another reason I don't leave my house, because I have one car. I can't afford to buy another one. I have liability. If one of them hit me, my insurance company is going to say, "Should have got full coverage and now you're paying more anyway." So
Do you feel like, you guys are almost being treated as like second-class citizens compared to the illegal
we're being
immigrants?
treated worse than second-class citizens. We don't count. We don't have a word. They just said they took notes on what I was saying and they'll contact me. Yeah, I believe that. Like, I believe I'm a millionaire.
Is there anything else that you would want the public to know about your situation and the situation of locals here?
Yeah, this is not about racism. It's not about hate for other people. They brought this in on us too much too fast. They should have been taught our laws. They should have been taught some of our culture, and vice versa. We have no problem learning their cultures. This town has invited many cultures, and all have been welcome. The Haitian said something about, "Why don't we say something about the Mexicans?" Because they learned our laws and they don't. Right, they're not using the bathroom in a department store. Display toilets.
All right, so I mean, the lady's like, I mean, you got to consider this town. I mean, it's not like they suddenly Haitians showed up and, oh my God, they've had African Americans in this town forever. This town is, I believe, it's like something like around 20% of the town is African American. So it's not like all of a sudden black people showed up and they freaked out. This is a cultural situation, because the people that have some of the biggest problems with the Haitian migration are the African Americans. Oh, by the way, thanks a lot, chat. You reminded me. I didn't turn the super chats on. So if you refresh your screen, you should have access to super chats. Whoever was asking before. Thank you for the suggestion, by the way. Taylor Hanson interviewed that woman. I just found it most disturbing. It's why I included the account, that she was being followed around and harassed. I just found that interesting that they're after elderly women over there. But all right, that's her tale. We have this other gentleman, longtime resident of Springfield, and let's see what he has to say on the goings-on there.
Well, I am a resident of Springfield, Ohio, and it is not fake news. There is an issue with them that we have in our local park. They literally have ducks down there that the park takes care of, and it's where they live, and they are being killed and eaten. And as far as people's personal pets, I've heard stories, but I can't answer to that personally because I don't know. But I can tell you, because this is the car channel, I do car content, I can approach this story from the car issue.
All right, so let's pivot here. I'm not concerned that much about the animals situation, and believe me, if this was the only thing going on in Springfield, we wouldn't be hearing about this in the news. If the only problem with the newcomers to Springfield was that some of the geese were disappearing and somebody lost a cat or a dog, yeah, this story, we would never have heard of it. The reason you're hearing about the geese and the cats and the dogs is because the mainstream corporate media and Democrat politicians, and a few Republican politicians while we're at it, are just using this to try to distract from the real issue. And in Springfield, one of the real issues is that these people are coming and they're just giving them, these 45-day temporary permits, and they're, a lot of these, if they're from Haiti, they may never have owned a car before or never even sat in a car. And then all of a sudden, you have people that arrive, and here's a driver, a learner's permit, essentially, and they don't speak English well. They just see permit, and in Creole, Haitian Creole, permit just means permission, so they think they have permission to drive. They don't know how to drive, and they're smacking into everything. We got a super chat from J Fry. What kind of idiot forgets to turn on the super chat? Well, I'm boomering it up, J Fry, as you can see. Point Curation. Hey, how you doing? Long time, but it's been a long time since I've seen Point Curation. Get his emails, though. Let's see here. This gentleman here, he's going to introduce this topic that we're going to discuss for the next little bit here, though, the driving situation. And this is well documented. There are entire Facebook groups devoted to this. If you want to do a deep dive into it yourselves, Haitians driving in Springfield, the amount of accidents that these people document is insane. Insurance rates in this sleepy little town have skyrocketed, car insurance rates.
When I say that, I mean their driving issues. I've witnessed this. They literally, and they have to have a translator wherever they go. They literally have been in the DMV where, like, I go and get my license plate renewed, and it's also where you get your license, obviously. And they literally have a translator, and they show up with a piece of paperwork that grants them driving privileges with no proof that they can actually drive, just that they're of age. Gives them driving privileges for 45 days, and then in 45 days they can go back and renew it, and they never have to show proof of how competent of a driver they are. We can't do that. And the accidents that are happening here in this town are crazy stories. And like I said, I've witnessed some of this, so I'm approaching this from a car aspect. They can't drive. I don't know how they are even able to do this legally in this country, but they've hit trees,
They hit
fire
trees,
hydrants,
fire
people.
hydrants. He's not
there's
making
been
this up.
Fatalities from them not really knowing how to drive. And this is a small town. 20,000 people and this is a poor county. This is not a high-end wealthy county.
It's not Beverly Hills.
For them to come in and get preference, and I mean preference, and I'll give you one example, and then I'm going to get off here. I have a brother who is disabled, and he's in a low-income apartment complex, and they were building new homes, they're attached to each other, they're not like apartments. They're all single floor because he can't get up and down the stairs, so he has to have a single floor deal with a scooter, a little mobile scooter and stuff. But anyways, he had been on this waiting list for this new housing development for low income and disabled people. And he checked periodically and see where he's at on the list, because they'll tell you, where you've got so many people ahead of you, and he pretty much knew where he was on the list, and he was getting close. This last time he called and checked on it, they gave him a number, and he's like, well, that's not where I was before. It looks like I went backwards on the list. Why? Well, I guess the Haitians, for whatever reason, for whatever political umbrella they are here under, got pushed to the front of the line. So now my brother has to wait
that's
even
not right.
longer because of the Haitians. And they're not disabled. They're getting special preference for housing that really should be, I hate to sound bad, but it should be for a U.S. citizen first. And then, they can go and move into the apartment complex that my brother's trying to get out of, because there's a bunch of young people there, single mothers, a lot of children. He gets nervous around all that, so he wants to be in a safer environment for him. And this place was going to be it. Well, right now it's not looking like it's going to be it in any time in the near future. And that kind of bothers me. I'm not going to say a little bit. I'm going to say a lot.
Doesn't sit well with him.
But, so it's not fake news. There are cases of what they are saying on the news is to be true. There's probably not a lot of video evidence. There is some. And I can only speak to what I have witnessed personally. I cannot speak to all of it. But it is bad enough that it concerns a lot of people in this town. And I'm one of them.
All right, so a concerned citizen of Springfield, there is a disabled veteran brother losing his place on the waiting list to the new citizens. Here we have a homeless advocate in the city of Springfield describing the impact of the newcomers on the native homeless population of Springfield, and he's not happy about it.
The homeless problem. I don't know of a single homeless Haitian in this town because they all got vouchers. But I can show you a whole bunch of people that have been displaced because I'm that guy. Rob, for 25 years I've worked with the homeless in this community. A lot of people don't know because I'm not the guy out there blowing the horn, because it ain't about me. It's the Jesus in me that goes out there and does it. Trust me, there's days I'm tired. But I'll get into homeless camps that nobody in a suit and tie will walk into.
Some days he's tired.
None. They trust me because I've never let them down. And guys, if you don't think it's here right now, in October,
he's not playing game. He has an American flag sticking out his dungarees pocket. I mean, that's a number one right there.
We are getting ready to hit a wall here. There is not any relief for the homeless. The homeless people in this community are not the people you think they are. The squatters that aren't happening. It's not there. There's veterans. Come see me. I'm not real hard to find. Ask anybody on the street. They'll tell you how to get a hold of me. I'll take you there. And no, they don't want your toothpaste and your peanut butter sandwiches. They want you to come up with a solution to why they're displaced, why they lived in a house. I personally know, and I'll testify under oath, my hand to God, somebody that lost their house. They were there 7 years. The landlord said, hey, I need you to move out, find a temporary place. I'm going to remodel it, and then you can come back.
Thank you, Baron.
It was a lie. They moved them out, tripled the rent.
Thank you.
Follow
Thank you for
the
speaking.
money.
Follow the money. Follow the money. So yeah, you're renting to somebody there in Springfield, okay? You're renting to be. Government comes, or not the government. Usually, it's going to be an NGO that says, "Hey, we have this government program they're gonna subsidize these people's rent if you rent it to them." And hey, why don't you put a bunch of cots in this one family home, and instead of renting to one family, you can rent to like 15 of our new Springfield residents and charge them, say, $400 a pop. You're going to get a lot more than you would be charging a family $1,200, right? Because the newcomers, apparently, they'll live 10, 20 to a house. They don't care. They don't even have to know each other. So apparently there's been a lot of that going on. So we have another Springfield resident here, and this gentleman, shall we say, is fed up, and he's asking the city council, where do we go from here? If we can't vote, and if talking to you does no good, where do we go from there?
Talk about immigration influx. It's getting close to people are getting really fed up, and things are going to get ugly. I don't know if you want to see that happen. I mean, because if you do,
sir, I understand what you're saying, and I hate to do this, but saying things are going to get ugly is just slightly threatening.
All right. So this mayor Rob Rue is useless, by the way. Just as an aside, I've heard that there's a petition going around to recall the entire city council. They need to replace that whole city government. The city council, this useless mayor, Rob Rue. I mean, they're more worried. They're not worried about their constituents. They're worried about the newcomers. And I just think somebody is making money off this. Well, I know who's making money. I'm just wondering if the government's been co-opted.
I hear you, but I'm going to have to ask you to just step aside. For the same reason, in the last meeting, we had a gentleman...
See, whenever somebody says something you don't like...
It's not that there's no comments in that speak. It's not that I'm completely disagreeing. I empathize with what you're saying. I want you to say, so let me just warn you right now, please don't say things are going to get ugly or get worse or something like that. What I'm saying is, that sounds threatening to me, and I'm going to have to cut you off. So if you can continue on commenting on some of your concerns, that's fine.
I got a lot of friends that have been born and raised here, and we feel like our city's being taken over. I mean, like I said, is there a cutoff point? What's going on here with that? Are you going to just keep on letting them come in, but keep on busting them in every day, illegal immigrants? If things go the way I think they're going to go, there's going to be a mass deportation. So what do you do? You're making all these accommodations for a whole bunch of people. What are you going to do when they got to leave? You're spending all this money. You're asking for more money now for immigrants, and our people, our citizens, are living on the streets. They're not being taken care of. While you're asking for more money, include our homeless people. Include our veterans that are on the street, people that fought for this country. This is an invasion. And a lot of people feel like that. I'm not the only one, but I'm man enough to say it.
Thanks for your comments. I have some answers for you.
I mean, you can see the man speaking for these people. Oh, got a Trump hat sighting there. But these politicians are gonna learn. I mean, if people feel like their vote doesn't count for anything, or if they can't even go to a council meeting and get threatened with being told to sit down and shut up, well, if you can't talk at the city council meeting, where can you talk? That guy was like a second away from having security remove that man. It sounded like to me, because he did that in another meeting to another man. Now, just so you don't think, I mean, this lady, she gonna make you cry if you have empathy. Taylor Hanson again, doing yeoman's work, just going around Springfield talking to people. Is this woman, is she an ist or a phobe? I mean, this is just a homeless black woman in Springfield wondering, you know, where was all this when she fell through the cracks?
Do you think the influx has affected you as a homeless person?
Yes, because it's hard for us to get housing. And they get 2,000. Well, today I found out 2,500, but I heard they get $2,000 for each of that. I don't know how many kids they have, but it do affect us. They get brand new cars. What you driving? So they taking the jobs, they taking the houses, and they get money. So yeah, it do hurt. One bedroom, $700. Why is so expensive? You usually get a house for $550. Oh, that's the lowest. And the house, and it's a duplex, but at the end of the day,
She's saying that you used to be able to rent an apartment there for $550 a month. Best I could make.
I told the landlord, you too expensive. But they say they went up on rent. They went on rent with the Haitian. Because all of them stay together. I can take you to a spot right now down the street, all Haitian. All Haitian. You got about 8, 9 people in the room. But they get free rent. Why we can't get free rent? Why y'all can't help us? Fuck you mean? And I'm about to cry. At the end of the day, like, we don't have shit. Y'all, whoever they say Trump did it, I don't know who did it. But at the end of the day, like, bro, you wrong. We are Americans.
We're American citizens. We was born here. We was born here and we can't get half the benefits they get. I don't get no.
My man here, he got some dirt under his fingernails. And this is the real deal here. These are the homeless of Springfield saying, yo, what? Where are these people coming from? Why are they getting all this stuff?
No assistance.
Nothing from the government.
They're getting everything.
We got day drinking homeless here. And he's like, yo, but where's my check? I mean, not for nothing. If I'm them, I would be angry.
They're getting everything out here. And they treat blacks, whites, like we ain't shit. Like we ain't shit. But you motherfuckers we give. They getting, man, they getting They getting everything over here, man. So, and then they look at us like we ain't shit.
Before they came here, we could get housing. Young single moms could actually afford to pay rent.
Yeah.
Now that they're here,
This sweet little girl is homeless, people. This little girl trying to grab the microphone from Taylor Hanson. She's homeless, right? Her mom's lived there her whole life. There's no one handing her stuff.
$900 for a 2-bedroom. How is a young single mom supposed to pay that on top of her kid?
So
We gotta fight for our money, our food stamps, our medical, everything. We gotta fight for it, but they get to come here and just get it handed to them. That's not fair to my daughter. Not me, my daughter. That's taking from my baby, and I'm not okay with that. It has to end. Something has to be done. They're taking from our children. Not us, our children. The future.
I mean, it just makes sense. I mean, just think from your own family prospects. I mean, would you feed someone else's children before you fed your own? that it just doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, the Taylor, what happened to his his microphone sock came off there.
Future of our country, and that's not okay. I'm currently in the process of reapplying for food stamps, but again, even that for us is a fight because of these Haitians. We can't get these.
All right, when she says that, it's you're gonna see the welfare office in the town, guys. There's like nine Haitians in there for every American citizen. It's crazy.
Simple things because they're coming and they're taking it. They're getting it handed to them while our own country, before they got here, yeah, we were struggling, but them coming here, we're struggling more. How do we support another country when we can't even support our own?
All right, so I just want to point out that they're behind her are some of the homeless people that Taylor Hanson interviewed previously. This is what they're talking about. This is what is going on in Springfield. These people, they are the ones at the bottom of the ladder. Okay, and if Democrats want to step on these people and punch down, I'd say that they're ists and phobes. I don't know what to tell you, man.
That's not fair to us.
So Taylor Hanson again, diving in there, getting his hands dirty, trying to find the least of his brothers, shall we say. I guess talking to that lady there with her daughter kind of got to him and his wife. I don't know if his wife was holding the camera or what, but apparently they went to the supermarket to get some stuff for her and some of her homeless friends there. So good on Taylor.
So after yesterday's interview with the homeless woman that
you can see he bought the Pampers there. Look at that, the Huggies.
Had a child on the street, talking about how the immigration is directly affecting her. You know, I said under the tweet that me and my wife were going to come back and try and help out. And then it kind of turned into just trying to help out that one woman and her child, to another woman that's homeless with a child, to kind of the whole block that is suffering from homelessness due to this crisis. So we we went to a
look at that receipt, guys.
To a store, and they were graceful enough to let us.
Now, remember, Taylor just lost his job with Tenet Media, so he's spending money on these people.
Borrow the cart so we can wheel it down there, because this would have been a pain to actually carry. But we got diapers, t-shirts, baby clothes, shorts, wipes, shampoo, conditioner, lots of food in this cart, water, towels. I don't even remember, honestly, all the stuff we got, but a lot of baby products as well, of course. We got some toys for the kids, and yeah, we're gonna go and give it to them. But I just want to thank my audience for pretty much making this possible. You know, I received $75 to kind of go towards this, so thank you for the person who sent that. It was definitely more than $75, but throughout this trip, you guys have been sending me donations for my reporting and on-the-ground work out here. So my audience has made this possible to go and give back to the community that's suffering due to the influx. So we're going to go and give this all to them and see if they need anything else. But thank you, guys. There's some lady stuff in there. Got some shorts. There's some tank tops in there. And there's shampoo, conditioner. That's for the baby.
And this is for her, too.
That's the right size, right?
That'll work.
Okay, because we have two sizes. We have one for your baby, too, I think, of diapers.
And this is for you, too. This is
Terrible hooking these people up.
There's baby wipes.
Wait,
and
what size was your baby in?
it's yours. Baby clothes, lady stuff. All right.
This has like an extra large shirt and towel, toothbrush, toothpaste, body wash. Anything you need.
This one is for your baby. It's like a T-Rex and then some body wash and stuff like that. You need some towels and stuff? Here's a towel and then like something to wash your face with and stuff. You like your doll? Cutlery, just disperse, share. We got like a bunch of canned stuff, tuna, just things that won't expire on you guys.
Yeah, what do you do? Take the shopping carts with them? I don't get. Normally, you can't take the shopping cart out the supermarket.
There's some canned stuff, some Nilla crackers in there. There's some good stuff in there.
Yeah.
That's got body wash, towels, toothbrush, toothpaste. Yeah, there's toothbrushes and toothpaste in all the bags and stuff. So
This has.
that's food. Who hasn't gotten a bag of food yet? You got one. You got one. You got one. We're all out now.
Towels.
Yeah.
I didn't get any towels. I never gave some towels.
You want a big one? All right. And then we got some more towels for you.
Oh my lord! Get this little girl some clean clothes.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, that's yours. You like your doll? There's the clothes that we got you should fit her, so she can get some. There's a new pair of shoes. We didn't know what size, but.
No, I got most of the sizes.
5s, okay. And then your baby's got a nice little T-Rex now. He's a boy, right? Yeah. Okay, we got him some boys' clothes too. Yeah, I think the locals will start helping you guys out a little bit more. So that's the goal of this.
They already have, at least me.
Okay. Hopefully it extends to everyone out here.
I started getting help, people giving me a few dollars to go get her food. To get her food and everything like that. So
Good.
it's starting to come slowly.
I know it's not a lot, but it's
better than nothing.
but God bless you guys. Stay safe out here, okay?
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. God bless you guys. What was that?
50 cents.
I don't have any cash, or I use my card. Thank you, boss.
Well, give me the card and come back. This is safe.
I don't know. I think he said he was going to visit.
I think Trump will probably end up coming to Springfield and paying the good people here a visit. So, see you soon.
I'd be surprised if he didn't. I think I heard him say he was planning to go there, but you got the useless mayor. Oh, Trump coming here, will be some problems. What problems? Trump goes there, he'll be greeted like a hero. Guaranteed. All right, so we got some other residents of Springfield here. This is Charlie Kirk, one of his people, poking around Springfield, just getting the stories from the people. That's all you can do, folks. I don't want to hear from politicians. I don't want to hear from mainstream media, people saying debunked stories and this, that, and the other. Just hear from the people that live there, man. That's the best source of information you're gonna get.
Come here. You don't want to get eaten up, do you?
You're gonna be next, boy.
I ain't eating nothing off of a barbecue pit around here.
Ducks are disappearing.
So the migrants are eating geese, you think? Have you heard of pets being abducted?
Yep. Cats are a delicacy in Haiti.
So it's not that they're poor and eating them because they don't have other food. It is a delicacy like someone would eat escargot.
And then I heard that stuff on Facebook and I thought, I better watch my dogs.
Well, that wasn't verified.
Springfield, Ohio right now is a tinderbox. They're killing cats. They're eating geese. They're crashing cars. One of these is going to light, and it's going to be bad.
Part of that is because in the state of Ohio, you cannot use lethal force to protect property, and pets are considered property.
Are you carrying a firearm now to keep yourself safe? How has that changed?
Yes, I did. I got a couple guns, and I'm not afraid to use them. I was raised at the hills.
Our town is a bomb, especially with the influx of immigrants or whatever you want to say, people. It's a time bomb ready to go off.
All right, so we got some turning points. People running around there, Springfield, getting stories, doing the good work. Here we got a lady. I guess she put out a TikTok video describing her experiences in Haiti, doing the classic car video format. Let's hear from her.
Springfield, Ohio resident here for 30 years. Okay, been here my entire life. And since we are trending right now all over social media and people are wanting...
Obviously from the little thing at the bottom, looks like her name is Chelsea Boggs.
Answers from the residents, I figured I would chime in. Might be an unpopular opinion that people want to hear. Yes, we have a Haitian Creole immigration issue. In the last couple of years, they have dropped off 20 to 30,000 immigrants. The last year to 6 months has been insane. They are dropping them off by the busload. When I say busload, I mean the Greyhound busload full. They are taking them to the gas stations and dropping them off by the busload. But the big thing that I wanted to address, have I personally seen any videos or public reports of the Haitian Creole community stealing cats and dogs and eating them? No. The video that is going viral of the woman who killed and ate the cat is not from Springfield. Do I know for a fact, and have I seen with my...
I believe the video she's referring to is the African-American woman who was on the police body camera video eating a cat. That was in Canton, Ohio. To my knowledge, Canton, Ohio, not very close to Springfield. Not a hop, skip, and a jump.
My own eyes, okay, a Haitian Creole immigrant killing ducks. Yes, they are killing ducks at our reservoir and at our parks. They are chopping their heads off and they are cooking them up. They are also gutting animals up at the reservoir and roasting them, goats, pigs, that kind of thing, which, you know, obviously isn't illegal, but the way that they're doing it and leaving things is just ridiculous. They have completely trashed our reservoir. I mean, overloaded with trash. It's really sad. There's 20 to 30 tents out there that they are sleeping in, and again, just completely trashed. The driving is a huge issue. There's probably 4 to 5 plus accidents a day of the Haitian Creole immigrants solely. They're running into any and everything. I mean that. Trash cans, poles, libraries, garages, houses, flipping cars in the middle of the street, going down the street the wrong way, going down one way is the wrong way. It's really bad. Not to mention, yes, they are here and they are getting a lot of money for being here. They are given money for their dependents. They are given money for food, housing, everything that you would think of. Springfield is a small town of 50 to 60,000, and now almost half of that is a Haitian Creole population. We are considered a sanctuary city. So, yes, there is a problem. Politically, I'm not getting into it. But yes, these things are happening. I know that...
Just gonna make a comment. I believe this woman is a ginger. So why does she have these very bushy, dark, fake eyelashes? I assume they're fake eyelashes. What, don't they sell ginger colored eyelashes? I'm not an expert in women's cosmetics. Maybe somebody in chat knows.
On the Democratic side, it's all these things aren't happening. Yes, these things are happening, and yes, there are issues. But no, I have not physically seen or seen any proof of them killing cats and dogs and eating them. But they are definitely doing it to the birds and the ducks. Hope that answers questions. Oh, I was gonna... in the video, but my biggest pet peeve is, like, I'm a big thrifter, and when I'm at the thrift store or any store in general, like, they will literally be on top of you, like, literally on top of you, touching your stuff. I don't know if I've already said this or not, but yeah, I don't know. Not a racist thing at all, and I do...
Alright, so we got more grabby Haitians, according to this lady.
Feel for them, because the things that they're doing were okay in their country, and they were picked up and dropped off here, but it is an issue, and the things that you're hearing Springfield residents speak about is 100% true. And just because it's not documented with PD doesn't mean it's not happening. Like, just be for real. Also, Anthony Harris for mayor.
Anthony Harris is the gentleman who you see there, who was in that red kind of hoodie talking about they grabbing up ducks in the park at the meeting. He's the guy that goes around documenting all the car accidents, by the way. So here, this is the, if you remember, this is the homeless advocate from the city council meeting. I'm guessing Turning Points USA, their frontlines people spoke to him outside the meeting.
Our wives and our grandmothers and...
Oh no, this isn't the meeting. I see a restaurant menu behind us. So it looks like they ran into him at a restaurant, at a fast food joint.
Our children are scared to go to the store because of the recent Haitian influx. It's out of control here. It's a big tinderbox. The traffic accidents, there's people that are scared to travel on this road out in front of us here because there's a lot of Haitians here who are wrecking daily, and they're scared, and it's a real concern. Those are the real things, not the sensationalism of, you know, pets being eaten. But here we are. Now we have the world's attention. Let's focus on the things that are really happening here. 20,000 plus immigrants have come to our city, and we can't communicate.
$2.50 for a hot dog. In Springfield, these are like Manhattan prices over here.
With them. We're overwhelmed. Give us a little bit. We wouldn't even be having this conversation right now if there was only 5,000 of them. We would have welcomed them to our community, develop programs to where we teach them how to speak and drive, and let them know that it's not okay to go to our public park and just grab a goose to take home for dinner. That's how it was in your country. It's not that way here.
All right. So again, him referring to the driving situation, a very common complaint. That seems to be actually the bigger complaint going on from the locals. But here we have a compilation video of car accidents involving Haitian drivers, I suppose.
Who did this?
Who did this?
You did this? Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah,
that
man,
car is...
the
Oh, he hit a pole!
We got to do something about this. We need a Anthony Harris.
Yeah, this is Anthony Harris going, we need to do something about this. We got Haitians running into poles here. Oh, he ran into a ditch, this guy. Yeah, you don't want to hit a boulder.
Anthony from there.
Oh, this car flipped over. They flipped that car.
This is the fourth wreck today.
What is this? Did these people try to turn and cut this guy off? It looks like these people in the outside tried to turn in here and they ran into this Chevy.
This is the fourth car collision. Oh, this is the fourth. This is the fourth wreck involving the.
We got Haitians behind the wheel here. Anthony Harris interviewing them, saying, "What the hell did y'all do?"
New Americans. How did this happen?
Because we are just turning right exactly.
Did you not see the car?
Actually, he was the one who should have seen us because we give him the signal.
No, this is this lane. He can turn into here. You can't turn into here.
No, we wasn't right here. We was on the light right here, and they give us a green light to turn. We turn exactly on the same side we should turn.
So you're saying this is his fault?
Yes, because we gave him the signal. He should have seen us.
So it looks like he was in this lane, and then y'all was in that lane, and y'all turned into here. And cause like y'all hit him, he didn't hit y'all.
He hit us, not us. He hit us.
Okay, but you can't turn from an outside lane over. Wow.
Hit y'all.
Exactly.
Bro, look at the. All right, I'm just. So it's his fault.
So basically, are you filming us exactly because we don't want to do any videos or nothing?
happened to that car? That truck? What?
First one I got today.
What is going on with these cars in Springfield? I don't know what. We got flatbed. This car they can't even tow it. They need a flatbed for this car. We got super chat from Ramble Gramble. Glad to see you back, Neo. Keep on kicking ass. Well, thank you very much, Ramble. What is going on here? We got the fire department. I don't know which car is involved with this accident. Oh, we got a messed up front end on this. It's not an SUV. It's like a crossover vehicle.
Going this way.
So that's Anthony Harris. He has a little compilation video. There are various accidents in the Springfield area involving Haitian drivers, apparently. So here's Taylor Hanson interviewing Anthony Harris. So Anthony Harris, if you don't know, he's actually running for mayor on this issue. This is his issue. The Haitian situation. We got a super chat from Stab and Joe Scarborough. Welcome back, Neo. Well, thank you very much. Good to be back. Let's hear from Anthony Harris, candidate for mayor for Springfield, Ohio.
Mission, the clip of you talking, about what's going on with the accidents, the ducks out here in Springfield, Ohio.
Wouldn't it be awesome to have this guy as a guest on Timcast? They grabbing up ducks.
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into... They flipping cars in the middle of the street. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them. I had seen that in traffic, like, before I even started doing all the videos, I seen that the Haitians was just wrecking into stuff nonstop, and I was concerned. I'm like, y'all, like, because it was just an influx of them. They all just came over here. So I'm like, they're getting the cars, but are y'all teaching them how to drive? And I didn't think they was, I don't know if they wasn't teaching them how to drive or they just didn't know how to drive, but they was wrecking nonstop. And school had just started. And I'm like, I see that it's kids out here walking and whatnot. And then the traffic is more flowing in the morning and around school hours. And last year, a student had already passed away due to a traffic accident with a school bus.
Yeah, so he's referring to the Aiden Clark fatality, who was in a school bus that was actually flipped over when struck by a Haitian driver, in which Aiden Clark was killed and 11 other children were injured. And that really was the start of the real friction between the townspeople and the newcomers. This happened last August when school was starting. So this has been bubbling up for more than a year.
And all that, and like I felt sorry for it. I'm like, man, I don't want that to happen again. And I'm like, the traffic has been uncontrolled. Like they're wrecking and flipping nonstop, wrecking into this, wrecking into that, wrecking in this car, wrecking into that building, wrecking into themselves, wrecking into the trash cans. And I was just like, man, I don't want this to keep going on. So let me say something about it. So I said something about it, and I said something about how they were wrecking nonstop. So right after that, a wreck happened. So I went live. And I recorded the wreck. And I'm like, see, this backs up everything I just said 15 minutes ago. I made a video 15 minutes ago talking about the wreck. Now, there's a wreck right here, and uncoincidentally, look who it is. I'm not, like, coming down on certain people, but it's the Haitians because they brought 20,000 of them over here, and I don't think they taught them how to drive. But they brought them here. And I think they're using them as pawns. I don't know what they up to, but they up to something.
Yeah, well, and how often would you say, because I know that you document all the accidents out here, pretty much all that work has come from you exclusively. How often are you out here documenting crashes?
The first time I actually went out here and documented the video, it was to back up every single thing I was saying. Mm-hmm. And then I went to sleep. I woke up, they're like, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one. Like, it was just happening nonstop. So if I got up here and woke up at, school starts at like 7:30. If I woke up at like 7:30, from 7:30 all the way to 9 o'clock p.m., wreck after wreck after wreck. It's like at least a wreck every 2.5 hours, for sure.
Haitians, pretty much every time?
98%. 98% of the time.
98%. Can you kind of speak on your experience with, you kind of talked about the Haitians grabbing ducks from Snyder Park. Can you kind of speak on what you've seen and what you've experienced out here in that situation?
Once I started documenting how the immigrants was coming over here and whatnot, basically, we live in a town. It's a real small town, so it's not really hard for somebody. It's like word to get out super quick. So when I told you, like, when I first did it, and people started hitting me up like, oh, there's a wreck over here, there's a wreck over here, people would hit me like, okay, I just seen a Haitian just grab up a duck in the park and cut his head off and walk off with it. I said, what the fuck? I said, hell no. I said, okay, I'm going down.
So it sounds like if something happens in this town, you don't call the police, you call Anthony Harris. So that's his bit. He has if you follow what he does, he goes around town documenting Haitian car accidents. That's what he does every day.
Downtown, and they gotta fix this shit. Cause y'all not about to be wrecking and everything, and then on top of wrecking everything, y'all in the park grabbing up ducks, and then motherfuckers like, oh, it's not facts, it's not facts. So why is people saying it? Why is people calling 911 talking about they're walking down the street with gooses and shit? This 911 call came out the same day that the girl said that they came out and grabbed the duck and cut the head off. This is all the same day. And then, you know, it was like, what the fuck? Went downtown and I told them, y'all gonna have to do something about it. Y'all can bring 20,000 people over here. Y'all can help them the correct way because they're doing what they do in their country. And I don't know what they do over there, but it's different from America. So if you're gonna bring 20,000 people over here and then y'all getting money from bringing them over here is my opinion and what I think they're getting money from bringing them over here. Help them. Y'all getting money. Teach them how to drive. Teach them the culture. Teach them English. Teach them do's and don'ts. Like, don't just bring them over here and just drop them off at a gas station. Just, hey, go get a job, and then we're going to give you a car with some money, and you're temporarily protected. That's lame as fuck, because you setting them up for failure. You're using them as a pawn. You got people out here that don't like them for no reason. I'm not saying they don't like them for no reason, but they're just liking them.
Did somebody just call them with another accident? Anthony, get your camera.
Because they're doing shit that they're accustomed to, what they knew, because America decided they want to bring them over here. For what? I don't know why, because America's already messed up. There's a lot of stuff that America could be doing. America should be focused on in America. We need to focus on at least getting us free Wi-Fi across the country before we trying to help a third world country. Can we lock in with ourselves before we lock in with every single body else? Because we can't save another country. Because what happens when we keep saving all these other countries around the fucking world? What happens when we need saved? Who the fuck gonna come and save us? America? The Avengers? Tony Stark? Drake? I don't fucking know. But we need to lock in with ourselves before we keep trying to help everybody else. We got a lot of problems going over here in America, and I think it's really disrespectful to American citizens that if you keep going all across the world focusing on what everybody else is doing instead of focusing on what we got going on here. It's pitiful. My whole life living here, I ain't never seen no line outside the Job and Family Services like it has been. I know the Job and Family Services opens at 9 o'clock, and I know there's people lining up at 7:15, mostly immigrants. I know that the ratio is 9-to-1, 9 immigrants to 1 American at the Job and Family Services in Springfield, Ohio. And I understand that this is Springfield, Ohio in the United States of America. So why is there 9-to-1 immigrants in America getting government assistance from the government and they're not U.S. citizens? I'm not saying don't help them. I mean, what affected me was I got a kid and my kid be out here in traffic with her mom, and I got family, and they're in traffic with their mom, and they're in these cars, and the car is a lethal weapon. Mm-hmm. And you're not about to, that ain't about to happen with none of my people. You're not about to just run into somebody. Teach these people how to drive. I don't blame them for wanting to come over here. America's crazy. We got Teslas, we got Wi-Fi, we got McDonald's, we got Canes, we got Nike, we got a whole lot of stuff. Why wouldn't you want to come to America? So you can't blame them. They over here living their best life, as they should. If I was them, I would be doing the same thing. I would be doing the same thing. I would be in my Toyota wrecking some shit. Fuck it, I'm gonna go get another one. They just gonna pay for it. I would be doing the same thing if I was over there where they was at. So we can't blame them. We need to blame the people that brought them over here, which is fucking pathetic, bro. Help them, or help us, help them, and then help them.
What do you think is the solution to the kind of the crisis that Springfield, Ohio is presented with right now?
Y'all brought 20,000 people over here. They just gave the city of Springfield $2.5 million. I'm not saying on no like hateful shit. Don't bring no more people over here. Don't bring no more immigrants over here. Let's deal with what we got going on now, and then let's get them accustomed to America. Let's get them learn how to speak English. Let's teach them how to drive. Let's teach them how finances work. Let's teach them the do's and don'ts. Let's make sure that they can sustain life in America. Because what happens when y'all cut off the money that y'all get?
See, that's the good, perfect point he's bringing up here. This is happening in New York now, people. The first guys that came around here in New York City, their aid is sort of running out. You don't get the benefits forever. And a lot of them now are these people that originally were into hotels and all that in New York City. They're out in the street now. I mean, they can't keep you in a $400 a night hotel room in perpetuity. So he's asking the right questions there. Super chat from Lucifer the Doberman. Great to see you back, brother. Can't wait to see you doing a stream with Anna Kasparian and Megan Kelly. I don't know, man. These days, who knows? Anna Kasparian, she might be. I don't know if Chenk's gonna put up with her at the Young Turks so much longer. She's noticing stuff, shall we say?
Give it up. What do you think is going to happen? I don't know what's going to happen. I can't say what's going to happen. I can't say they might come up and run a bag by themselves, or I can't say if they might just go fucking crazy because they was used to all this free money. And I'm not saying all of them are getting free money, because a lot of them got jobs, but there is a temporary protective status, and I do know that it's on Google on a federal thing. If you go get a temporary protective status, you got to get a job, and they give them some type of money on top of having a job. So they ain't doing me like that. Yeah, nigga, I need a bonus check too. Nigga, I need a incentive for being American.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, so I went digging. I found out who brought these people there. By the way, don't worry, guys. We will get into who exactly brought the newcomers. Here is a woman that's going to read a letter from a local politician, an Ohio state representative. So this guy has a little bit more knowledge of the background. Let's hear what he has to say in a letter that she will read for us.
Hey, I just saw this on my Facebook page because I am fairly local to Springfield, Ohio, so I'm going to read something to you. My name is Kyle Kaler, and I am a former state representative for Springfield, Ohio, and the Clark County area. I am currently a candidate for the state senate covering Clark, Greene, and Clinton counties. Over the last 4 years, Haitians who are crossing the border or in fact flown to our country as refugees have been given temporary protected status by the federal government. Under the Biden-Harris administration, they not only are protected, but they are given between $600 to $1,600 a month on debit cards through the Refugee Cash Assistance Program, and allowed access to all public assistance programs available to U.S. citizens. Since early 2020, a temporary staffing company in Springfield started actively bringing Haitian refugees to our city. First a few hundred, then thousands. As of this month, our local Job and Family Services has registered over 20,000 Haitian refugees in our county and city. Springfield, which had a steady population of about 58,000, now has an additional 20,000 new residents in and around Springfield, 20,000 people in just under 4 years. Our public school system, with just over 8,000 students, suddenly has over 1,600 non-English speaking students.
All right, just imagine that. You've budgeted for your public school system for the year for 8,000 whatever, and all of a sudden they dump an extra 1,600 students on you. Where do you get the money? This is a local small town. They don't have this kind of money just laying around. And if the state and the federal government isn't giving it to them, so all of a sudden they've got kids that they can't pay for. Where are they getting this money from? Super chat from Lucifer the Doberman. Neo has the receipts. Another super chat from Lucifer the Doberman. Also, Neo is gay and hates pizza. Shane! I'm sorry. But yeah, what I was talking about, well, when you talk about the receipts, I got to tell you, believe it or not, it's not, this time it is not Catholic Charities. It is not one of those NGOs. It's a local, I'll give you a preview. It's a local temp agency. And there's some local ownership involved of a politician. It's pretty sad, actually, when you think about it, that people are doing this for financial gain and they're destroying a town and they don't seem to care. Super chat from Jay Fry. Neo doesn't hate pizza. You take that back. Well, Jay Fry defending the host. Look at that.
19-year-old Haitian men and women are being enrolled as high school freshmen and are in a class with 13-year-old boys and girls.
That's another thing. But under Ohio law, a Haitian immigrant could be up to 22 years old and enroll in high school. So you could have a 22-year-old Haitian as a freshman in high school with your 13-year-old kid in the same class. I am not making this up. Up to 22 years old, you can enroll in high school in Springfield, Illinois. And obviously, you could be a freshman in high school at age 13. You have 22-year-old Haitian freshmen in classes with 13-year-old freshmen. This is the state of the insanity in Springfield right now.
The staffing company that started this migration, in quotation marks, is owned by a man that has over 63 rental properties in the Springfield area instead of getting the normal $600 to $800.
All right, hold on. Let's go back. She's talking about a man that owns 63 rental properties in Springfield. So we're talking about, this is the profit incentive here. This is why suddenly Springfield residents can't find housing. They're being replaced. And it's all for profit.
The staffing company that started this migration, in quotation marks, is owned by a man that has over 63 rental properties in the Springfield area. Instead of getting the normal $600 to $800 in rent each month, he rents cots for $250 a month to as many as 20 to 25 Haitians per home. He charges them $25 for round trips to work each day. They work under contracts, preventing them from being hired full-time at their place of employment.
Okay, that was what threw me and gave me the clue. When she said that they are working under contracts, preventing them from being hired full-time, I've seen this scam before, guys. These are basically indentured servants, and I knew there's got to be a temp agency behind this. And I went digging, and as we'll see later, the name of the temp agency here that has brought the majority of the thousands of Haitians in is a temp agency. You're going to love this name. First Diversity Staffing Limited. Or Corp, I don't know, I forget which. First Diversity Staffing. So it was this video that made me go, let me check for temp agencies in the Springfield area. And sure enough, First Diversity Staffing, I found some news articles. They are behind bringing most of these people in. We'll find out about them in a bit.
This and the barrier of not speaking English causes them to become basically indentured servants, in my opinion. Since no one over the age of 18 requires
So keep that in mind when they talk about, oh, they're revitalizing the town. They're doing jobs Americans won't do. These are jobs that they don't even advertise, guys. This temp agency, they got a handful of clients in Springfield. Some of them are like foreign companies, and they say we need some cheap labor. We don't want to hire these people. We don't want permanent payroll. We don't want to pay them benefits. Give us these foreigners who are temp workers who then can go on welfare, get food stamps or whatever, so that they can work at a lower rate than we'd have to pay Americans. It's a scam. They're making money off of this. This is corporate greed. And they don't care that they're destroying the town.
Driver's license in Ohio, driver's education in Ohio. Haitians are allowed to take the permit test with an interpreter who basically gives them all the answers. Since permit in Haitian language of Creole is interpreted as permission, most never take the actual driving test. This means hundreds of Haitians who cannot speak English and have no idea what the driving laws actually say are now causing accidents all over their community. There are Facebook pages created by individuals dedicated to reporting accidents involving Haitians. The number of overturned cars being reported each day on the streets where the speed limits are 35 miles per hour or less would shock you. 1 year ago, a Haitian man pulled in front of a school bus, causing the bus to overturn, ejecting children, and resulting in the death of one 11-year-old student. Our county health department has reported an increase in HIV cases over the last 5 years based on our country health department based on their numbers, we will hit an increase at 871% over the previous 5 years. Nurses have confirmed that an entire wing of our regional hospital has nothing but Haitian patients being treated for HIV.
You have to understand that HIV is endemic in Haiti. So yes, when you bring a large population of people over directly from Haiti, you're going to have a big spike in HIV cases. So this is to be expected. This is facts.
HIV. A delivery nurse reports that 70% of all scheduled cesareans are for Haitian women who cannot deliver naturally because of HIV.
Okay, so we got C-sections because you got HIV-infected pregnant women from Haiti who... I was not aware of that. I didn't know that HIV-infected women can't deliver naturally. That's new. Super chat from that Texas gal. Can't listen now, but want to say glad you're back. Oh, much appreciated. But I wonder why HIV-infected women can't deliver. Is it a blood issue? Is that what it is?
TB cases are up over 500% for the same period.
Okay, TB, another thing that you in third world countries, you get a lot of tuberculosis. It's endemic in Haiti, and so yeah, if you bring a lot of people directly from Haiti or from Haiti to third world countries that they've gone to, indirect to the United States, yes, you're going to have a large increase in people with TB infections. This is also to be expected. Facts.
Our federally qualified healthcare, FQHC, called Rocking Horse, is overwhelmed with the increase of Haitians that are automatically qualified for Medicaid services. Our public safety officials have confirmed that charges against most Haitians who break the law are almost immediately dismissed because of lack of translators, meaning that the courts cannot provide speedy trial.
Okay, so she's going to mention this other issue that comes up. Because, Springfield, Ohio has really had no experience with Haitians who don't speak English and Haitian Creole. They didn't really have Haitian Creole translators just laying around for their court system. So obviously, if a case is delayed more than 30 days, if it's a misdemeanor, eventually they're just going to drop the case. So for lack of translators, a lot of Haitians who actually, when they do charge them with a crime, just get off scot-free because of the lack of translators, as she will describe in this letter.
They are simply arrested and released. City, county, and state leaders are overwhelmed with complaints that they can do very little about fixing. Last month, a group calling themselves Blood Tribe marched past a jazz and blues festival carrying...
All right, so Blood Tribe is... I don't know if you remember the previous stream, I showed a clip from a guy that it was alleged he was shall we say, a 1940s German ideology aficionado. Keeping in mind we're on YouTube and certain magic words we can't say. That his organization is called Blood Tribe, and they apparently held a march that disturbed certain segments of the Springfield population. And as I said in the previous live stream, if you tell people that, if you make it clear that their votes don't matter, and if you don't even let them speak at the city council meeting, well, eventually the 1930s German ideologists eventually are going to show up because, people, when they feel they've exhausted peaceful means, often resort to extreme means. Super chat from Ham Sunshine. Touch grass, I'm such a loner. Neo being back is like seeing a long lost friend. Ham Sunshine. Been a long time.
large swastika flags and rifles. Their leader showed up last week at a city commission meeting and publicly warned the mayor of impending savagery if he didn't stop the migration of Haitians into our community. Not cool. I told you I was bringing the bad news. Let me tell you, this is not about race. As a grandfather of 7 children, 5 of whom are wonderfully loved children of color, I can assure you this has nothing to do with the race or color of someone's skin. I understand that these folks are fleeing a hellhole of a country run by gangs. They are thankful to be here, but our community simply cannot handle an influx of 20,000 new residents.
No community could. No community could.
Who do not understand our language, our culture, our laws, and are being treated, in my opinion, as indentured servants. The bad news is that the current administration has allowed millions of individuals to come across the border and, in this case, even be flown into our country. Our communities in Ohio are only just beginning to understand the full impact of the last 4 years. Your community could be next. Now, the good news. The good news is that the answer lies in your hands as voters. The good news lies in putting Donald Trump back in the White House and Bernie Moreno as our next U.S. Senator from Ohio. The good news comes in 60 days when we could take back our country, seal our borders, and bring sanity back to the United States of America. From the Ohio Supreme Court to the U.S. Senate race, from electing local officials up to electing Donald Trump, our nation depends on your vote. Our state depends on your vote, and the community of Springfield, Ohio depends on your vote. Please don't let us down.
Well, I agree. In the short term, that's about the best they can do in Springfield is use their vote. Vote R down the line, I guess. I mean, that's really all they can do in the short term, in the next 60 days.
That is coming from a former representative here in the state of Ohio, Clark County, who lives in the Springfield area, owns property.
All right, so she read the letter. That was for the guy running for the Ohio State Senate. Trying to represent that local area. I don't know if End Wokeness put this up. I don't know if this is accurate, but if it is, then there's a discrepancy between what the town is saying and this chart, because it shows this chart really a tripling of the assaults per capita per 100,000 in Springfield. I mean, you could see it's fairly constant from 2005. The purple line represents Springfield, and the green line represents the U.S. average for the same year. And you could see the average for both Springfield and the United States stays fairly the same until 2021, year one of the Biden administration, when he started opening the floodgates these people started showing up in Springfield, and it looks like they had a tripling in the assault rate. Now, I don't know if this data is accurate. The authorities there insist that there has been no significant increase in crime in Springfield, so I don't know who to believe in this case, because that's coming from city data. But this article here by Reuters, I mean, this is an example of what I want to talk about with the corporate media. Look at the title, how they put it. How Haitian immigrants fueled Springfield's growth. Now, I guess, to be fair to Reuters, the headline is technically accurate. I mean, if they have had population growth, I'm just not sure you would call Springfield. I'm not sure all growth is positive, shall we say. So yes, technically, the population has grown. So if you want to call that growth, most people, when they refer to growth, they tend to refer to wealth and prosperity. But I suppose if you say the population is growing, yes, that's technically accurate. But even in this article, if you read the article by Reuters, what they're describing is not a positive situation. Just the charts alone. Here's the population chart. It looks like the population of Springfield topped out a little over 80,000 in 1960. And it looks like in 1970, there were still over 80,000 in population. And then around 1980, when the deindustrialization of America started, you could see they dipped towards 70,000. 1990, again, they're probably in the 70,000, maybe the high 60s. By 2000, they're starting to dip down into the low 60s. And by 2010, they hit 60,000. And at 2020, they were at 58,000 population. Okay, so that's the story there. Now, here's the thing. In 2021, with the arrival of the newcomers, suddenly, enrollment in Medicaid just exploded. Medicaid, federal food assistance programs, and welfare programs. Rents skyrocketed, vehicle accidents skyrocketed. The number of affordable housing vouchers fell as landlords moved to market-based rents that were rising in the face of a higher demand and a blow to existing residents that were relying on them. So local residents, they've been replaced in the housing stock. Now just look at this chart, guys. This is a chart. Benefits rolls swell in Springfield. New arrivals of Haitian origin have pushed up benefit rolls for federally funded programs like Medicaid. This line represents people of Haitian origin qualified for Medicaid by Clark County. And I want you to see how compressed this timeline is. We start at the left side in April of 2022, when there are almost zero Haitians in Clark County qualified for Medicaid. In basically 2 years, a little over 2 years, that number has, I don't even know what you would call this, maybe from 400 to 8,000. So is that like 40 times the number has increased? Remember, they've now since revised, according to this Reuters article, the town has revised the number of Haitians down from 20,000. They're saying now it's something like 12 to 15,000. So based on whichever number you believe from the town, even if you give them that, it makes it even worse. Because they're saying that 8,000 out of a population of 12 to 15,000 is eligible for Medicaid. So that means at the minimum 53% of that population, or at the most 67% of that population, 2/3, are a drain on the taxpayer. So how could you say this is saving the town? You know how much Medicaid spends on people? A population, remember, that we said is has a lot of HIV, tuberculosis, and other endemic health problems and chronic health problems. 8,000 suddenly added to the rolls in a small town of 58,000 in a span of 2 years. If you wanted to destroy a town, that's exactly what you would do. So you could imagine the same way you qualify for Medicaid is they're also going to be, if you're qualifying for Medicaid, guys, think about it. You're also going to qualify for food stamps. You're going to qualify for housing assistance. You're going to get the whole bucket of welfare benefits. These people are costing way more than any benefit they provide as temp workers. You know? Now, if they're bringing benefit, if these are jobs that the locals won't do, why is unemployment going up in Springfield in 2024? The green line is Springfield. Notice they're way above the line for the United States average and even the Dayton, Ohio metro area. Why is unemployment over 5% in 2024 in Springfield if they don't have workers in Springfield to do these jobs? Why is unemployment spiking like that? Why is rent skyrocketing? Here's data. This is taken from Zillow. Here's the U.S. average for increases in rent. Right, it's way down here. Look at the line for in the last 2 years for Springfield. Way up here. Let me boost that so you guys can see it easier. July 2022, Springfield is in line with the United States average for rent increases. But in the last 2 years, Look at the gap. There's a 15% gap of Springfield over the U.S. average. And this is a small town, a small rural town with nothing going on. So you tell me, how is this good for the town? Look at wages. Wage increases in Springfield. They're being destroyed. If you're a worker in Springfield in 2024, you're getting no wage increase, essentially. It's almost zero. It's 1%. You're way below the U.S. and even the average for your region in Ohio, the Dayton, Ohio region. They're up there between 2 and 3%, and Springfield is crashing towards zero. They're at 1%. Yeah, they're revitalizing the town. They're driving wages down. They're driving rents up. Unemployment up. And taking taxpayer funds to subsidize their lifestyle, their living in the town. So they're pitting local Springfield U.S. citizens against the global labor market, essentially. So I fail to see how this is a benefit. Now this is the father of Aiden Clark. I include this because he made an unbelievable speech. Now I don't want to tell a parent who's lost a child how to mourn. So I'm not going to criticize Aiden Clark in terms of, how he mourns his son, but I just thought this is a strange way to do that. He's more worried about, he wishes that the person that killed his son would be white. I mean, just bizarre.
The recent comments. I wish that my son, Aiden Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man. And I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so blunt.
Well, if you had a wish, why wouldn't you just wish that your son wasn't dead? Just a bizarre wish to me.
But if that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone. The last thing that we need is to have the worst day of our lives violently and constantly shoved in our faces. But even that's not good enough for them. They take it one step further. They make it seem as though our wonderful Aiden appreciates your hate, that we should follow their hate. And look what you've done to us. We have to get up here and beg them to stop. Using Aiden as a political tool is, to say the least, reprehensible for any political purpose. And speaking of morally bankrupt, politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies. To clear the air, my son, Aiden Clark, was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. This tragedy is felt all over this community, the state, and even the nation. But don't spin this towards hate. In order to live like Aiden, you need to accept everyone. Choose to shine, make the difference, lead the way, and be the inspiration. What many people in this community and state and nation are doing is the opposite of what you should be doing. Sure, we have our problems here in Springfield and in the U.S., but does Aiden Clark have anything to do with that? Did you know that an 11-year-old boy could be passionate about gardening, that he could haggle for a better price at a yard sale?
Here's where I would take issue with what he said. If he says keep his son out of politics, I actually think that's fine. You should respect his wish on that. But he is offering up his own political narrative, which, if you're going to say to people to keep your son out of politics, well, then he's doing the same thing. And where I would differ with him is, I don't think people are necessarily... I don't think I would blame the Haitian that hit him, because in the end, the death was 100% preventable. You put a Haitian driver who clearly didn't know how to drive. He was driving the wrong way down a highway or some kind of rural road. He doesn't know what side of the road to drive on. That person was put there, again, I'm going to point out, by these people, these First Diversity staffing and these lax politicians who, I don't know if they're in on the scam or what, but you know, the Dole Fruit Corporation, whatever, that's the largest employer in this area, and again, employing hundreds of these temp workers so that they don't have to hire locals full time and pay them benefits and all that. It's 100% preventable. His son should be here today. This is 100% preventable death. So you don't want to put it on the Haitians? Fine, I agree. Don't put it on the Haitians. Them not knowing how to drive is to be expected. A lot of them have never been in a car before they got here. So don't dump 20,000 of them in a town and hand them learner's permits and this is crazy. Who thought this was a good idea? Anyway, so if that's how he wants to grieve, look, if that's what he needs to do to get through the day, fine, whatever. Just thought it was a weird way to go. Here we have another compilation. This is a TikTok video where just a compilation of various accidents caught on camera. It looks like a lot of doorbell cameras catching these accidents in Springfield. I'll take the sound out. I mean, look at it. They're hitting poles. They're just hitting cars going the wrong way down the road. A lot of head-on collisions here. I mean, how many times are they going to run off the road and hit poles and stuff? Look at this. This car, another flipped over car. This one ran into a garage. Let me go back. Hold on. This is a car that ran into a garage, guys. The garage is closed. That means this car hit a house. There's a vehicle already in the garage, I think. So it's not like they were going to put the car in the garage. They hit a house. This is insane. Looks like another house was hit. This guy ran up onto someone's lawn. What's up with going up on people's yards? This truck went into the front of a building. Look, this is a building entrance. It's a pickup truck. How do you drive a pick? This is a parking lot. Look at the grass. It went into the entrance of this building. Super chat from Loose for the Doberman. This is so surprising. Also, no wrench. Why, did you have one before? What was hit here? Another pole hit. Another building hit. What is with the buildings being hit? I can't tell what's going on here. This looks like a shed of some kind. Did they drive through the shed door? Another building hit. A church in Springfield was damaged after an SUV crashed into it Friday. How do you crash into a church? Right by a school. I don't know what he hit there. There's a lot of debris. Hit something. Looks like a car went through a fence here. You got another accident where a truck has been put up on 2 wheels. This looks like a fender bender in an intersection. Looks like somebody got rear-ended. Another car running into a house. This is, again, imagine you're sitting in a room there, and you got a white Kia just slams into your house. Another car with a ruined front end. Another car running up on the sidewalk. Okay, so, I mean, we got just wild driving going on in Springfield. Super chat from Lucifer the Doberman. I had a wrench 3 years ago. Did I do something bad? I don't know. The channel may have issues. Everyone is talking about cats and ducks and this. Okay, so this woman, okay, she spoke at the city council meeting, or city commission, I'm sorry. And her mother, I believe it was her mother-in-law, was killed by a Haitian driver. I believe, as the story goes, the mother-in-law was out on her driveway retrieving a garbage can to bring it back to the house when a Haitian driver jumped up onto the sidewalk and, I guess, struck her with the car. Let's hear her story.
About the death of one very special person, my mother-in-law, Kathy Heaton. On December 1st, I received...
So her mother-in-law's name was Kathy Heaton. Tragically lost as right in front of her house, not even in the street. Super chat from J Fry. Wrenches are for closers. This is Glenn Ross.
A phone call that changed my life forever. She was collecting her trash can from her driveway when a car struck and killed her instantly. A task she had done over 2,000 times, spanning 4 decades in Springfield. That morning, though, a Haitian immigrant was allegedly driving recklessly when he struck and killed her. I say allegedly because to this day, there's been no punishment, not even for the expired tags on the vehicle he was driving. Months before she was killed, I began noticing the reckless driving and complete disregard for our driving laws by some members of the Haitian community. It made me angry. But now my anger has turned to fear for the safety of my family and the citizens of Springfield. I'd been to Haiti 14 years ago. My husband and I went, and it was my first time in a third world country. I sobbed when I saw the poverty living there, and I have great empathy and compassion for them, longing for a safe place to call home. But 14 years later, I'm living in fear in my own city. It's not safe. I am paralyzed with anxiety when I'm getting my children out of the car in any parking lot, walking on any sidewalk, and driving on any road in this town. I'm haunted by the faces I saw when I had to bear the news to my children and husband that she was dead. Their grandmother, the very person who tucked my 7-year-old twins into bed just 6 hours before on her 71st birthday, was never coming back. What everyone has feared is my reality, and it's my grief, and it should be yours as well. It saddens me greatly to think about leaving a place I've made a home, raised my children, became an active member of this community by providing medical care to the underprivileged and underserved, volunteering.
Let me stop that right there. This woman moves away from this town. This is a loss, okay? You can't tell me you're saving a town when you're driving women like this away. This woman is the bedrock of towns like this. Okay, this is, you can see. first of all, this narrative that everyone in Springfield is this, are these wahoo backwoods racists that, are freaking out because they see black faces. This woman has been to Haiti, unlike most of the people that I'm sure that would criticize her. She went to Haiti. So this is not some lady that's freaking out because, oh my God, there's black people in Springfield. No. Okay. This is a woman who it sounds like she is an active volunteer. Okay. This is a woman who has children in the school. You can tell she's probably active in the school stuff, the PTA and all that. You lose people like this from a town. Okay, you've lost something. Gaining a bunch of temporary workers who have no connection to the town and will move on as soon as they get a better deal somewhere else. Okay, is not a benefit to the town. This woman, she was born there. She raised her kids there. You could tell she's a member of the community. She sounds like an educated person. She's well-traveled. Come on.
Serving on boards and cheering for the success of the city. But just as the Haitians were seeking a safe place to call home, I now have found myself in that same situation, wanting to abandon the city and all my efforts above in search for a safe place to raise my family. We need to change the laws for immigrants wanting to obtain a driver's license in Ohio.
So for every time they try to paint the residents of Springfield as a bunch of hillbillies and just reactionary rural people, show them this lady. And I think Turning Point spoke to her after she finished talking. So let's see what she had to say after that.
Like forever. She was collecting her trash can from her driveway when a car struck and killed her instantly. That morning, though, a Haitian immigrant was allegedly driving recklessly when he struck and killed her. How can we expect them to come here from a country that doesn't have the same laws and rules and expect them to comply with ours? It is unsafe, unjust, and it needs to change. No one is more motivated than a grieving mother. This is for our children, our loved ones, and the immigrants. My questions are, can you please connect me with lawmakers who can assist me in pursuing this matter of public safety?
I've seen the collision rates go up. The data is there. Do you think if there's no reform that there will be more deaths?
I would say so. I think we have to ensure that everyone is following the same.
If this is her husband, I'm assuming that the mother-in-law was his mother.
Rules, laws, regulations, and that they're educated on what those laws and regulations are, because that's really where we're lacking right now, is there's not an education happening based on our current laws on how folks can obtain driver's licenses if they're over the age of 18.
And I'm really sorry for your loss here, but I'm curious, how do you feel going through this right now and having to speak up and people potentially calling you racist and all these things, but really you've just lost a close loved one? How is this making you feel emotionally to go through this?
Well, race has nothing to do with it. I feel satisfied that our voice was heard. I feel satisfied that there's hopefully some support that'll be.
Listen, I appreciate this man's optimism. I don't think his voice was heard, or I think they're being they're being gaslit. Oh yeah, well, thank you for sharing that. I mean, the politicians, they don't seem to care.
Be garnered for this effort, and I think at the end of the day we'll be successful in making a positive change for everyone involved.
How about you? How do you feel about this?
I'm also very grateful to be here and have our voice be heard. We're still grieving and navigating the grief with something we feel is so big and important to bring into our city. It's very important to us. And I hope we can make changes to ensure the safety of everyone in this town and in the state.
They're not going to make it harder. They're not going to make it harder for the new people. I'm sorry. It's the last thing they want. They want to grease the wheel, to grease the skids. All right, so here we have, I don't know what these guys' deal is. They seem to be, again, local politicians. This is Julio Rosas, who went down to Springfield as well. We have all the independent guys that went down there and dug up these people. This man here is Mark Sanders. And his daughter apparently witnessed the crash that took the life of Aiden Clark. You know, the school bus rollover. And he seems to be involved with the town there. Him and a couple of these guys here. They also focus on the driving situation.
You know, this district lost an 11-year-old boy the first day of school. And, you know, I actually, because of that, now drive a school bus for the very district that young man lost, you know, for this district. My daughter wasn't in the accident, but actually was in a bus that witnessed the accident. She sent me a text that morning, showed a school bus on its top, and the text said, "Dad, there's been a wreck. It's not us. I'm fine. Love you." And then she told her counselor later on, because she wanted to get back on a bus. She didn't want to ride a bus anymore. And one of the things her counselor was able to share with us is she said that if I drove a bus, it would make her feel better about getting back on a bus, even though I wouldn't be driving her bus, but she would know that there would be kids that would be protected. So now I drive a school bus for the district. So again, you know, there are things that can be prevented. That guy should have not been in the country. He shouldn't have been driving. He was working for a company, local, that was actually supplied to them by a temp agency named First Diversity.
Oh, did you hear that? The temp agency, First Diversity. You see that how we were getting this starting to hear the repeat. The guy was provided by a temp agency called First Diversity. Let me back that up. This is largely the case with many of the people that have been brought to this town.
Not been in the country. He shouldn't have been driving. He was working for a company, local, that was actually supplied to them by a temp agency named First Diversity, and who brags about placing 20,000 Haitians in this area in temp jobs.
So again, that video helped me narrow down the focus, and I keep running it. It kept running into that name, First Diversity Staffing. First Diversity Staffing. Here we have someone trailing a Haitian driver that's driving without a license plate. I mean, you can see you're driving without a plate. You don't have a plate. You don't have insurance. I mean, to my knowledge, you can't insure a car that doesn't have a license plate. So yeah, don't get into an accident with that car if all you have is liability. If you got full coverage, I guess you know, you want to go risk it, go ahead. But if all you've got is liability, yeah, don't get hit by the Haitian with no driver's license. You won't like the outcome. It's out of control. Haitian problems in Springfield, Ohio spill over to nearby small towns. So Julio Rosas discovered, you know, we're talking about Springfield. Springfield is not the only town. This First Diversity Staffing, they're spreading these people around to a whole bunch of towns in the area. Not just Clark County, but around Clark County. You got Tremont City that is trying to stop this from happening, this spillover of people coming in. You got another city called Findlay. Now, unlike Springfield, what Tremont City does, if they pull a vehicle over and there's a Haitian driver and they feel it's not safe, they just tow it. They don't leave that car. No plate. In Tremont City, you get towed. Because if they don't have a license, a valid driver's license, they get towed. Super chat from V Radio. Holy crap, you are back. Yes, V Radio. We are back for now. We'll see how long it lasts. But here's more. It looks like the same guys in the parking lot, because you could see the same guy that was talking. And obviously Julio Rosas works for the Blaze, so I imagine this was at the same time. Standing in front of the same truck with the crappy black primer. Is that black primer? Is that what it is? Very matte finish.
All right, sir, if I can get your name and your title.
Tony Flood II, Mayor of Tremont City.
And you were talking to me earlier about how you're connected to the tragic accident where the child was killed on the first day of school. Can you elaborate more on that?
Well, I'm involved, used to be involved pretty deeply with the school. I mean, I've had all 3 kids go there. I graduated from there. So seen the family around a lot, still see the family around a lot. Just now they're missing their youngest son. My son seen the bus rolled over. Thank goodness that he sent us a picture that morning saying it wasn't him, but I actually went to pick him up from the school that morning, and he said he wanted to stay at the school, so if anybody needed help up there, he was there to help them. So, but him, the boy that passed, and my son were pretty good friends at school, so.
And how does it make you feel? And obviously you represent the community as well. But I mean, so how does it make you personally feel, knowing that your son was potentially at risk because there's this bigger problem that is just coming over and having a direct impact on not just Springfield itself, but the entire surrounding area?
I'll be 100% honest. Words can't describe how it makes me feel. I'm ashamed of leaders and leadership allowing this kind of stuff to just pretty much invade. The lawlessness that's happened, and it is not just the Haitians. I mean, they're ignoring anybody driving without a license. I'm scared to death. My wife works in downtown Springfield. She works on East Main Street in Springfield at a bank.
Don't dox your wife, dude.
Its name. But she's overwhelmed with the Haitians that come in there, can't speak any English. They do not understand our money or anything else. My daughter works right beside her, and I'm scared to death that one of these days I'm going to get a phone call or a visit by a state trooper or something, that they've been hit, they've been rolled over for anything. I mean, you get that anyways. I mean, any day you get in the car, it's a risk. But now it's even worse, especially if you head that way.
It didn't used to be that way.
Yeah.
A couple years ago is what you're saying.
I was always scared. I mean, you got kids out there, people that you love, driving and everything, and anything can happen. Anybody can cause an accident. But the amount of them that's happening anymore, and it scares me to death. You know, honestly, it pisses me off that we've allowed it to hit this point. I mean, there's kids getting killed. I'm on a local fire department up by the school, and a couple weeks ago, 2 Haitians went left the center at each other and caused a wreck. And a semi-truck tied up in the power lines they knocked down. Stuff like that shouldn't be happening anywhere. There you go. So.
And what would your message be to the rest of the country that, you know, as I was kind of asking earlier, that might say, well, this is being overblown. There's racist, racist reasonings behind it. What's your response to that?
I'm gonna has nothing to do with race. Law doesn't know a color. There shouldn't be. There's nothing in the law that states, you know, a black guy can't do this and a white guy can't do that. It's not about that. It's us as citizens. I'm trying to figure out my words here. So you can
Don't worry. Well, don't worry. We'll let it.
You can tell these aren't professional politicians, man. They don't have talking points handed to them. They don't have scripts. You know, they just makes what they have to say more authentic to me.
We'll let it around it.
I'm trying to think.
Well, they think you're nice.
has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with illegal acts and the amount of them. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, green, yellow. If you're in this country, you follow this country's laws. If you live in Ohio, you follow Ohio's laws. If you live in Florida, you follow Florida's laws. And that's the same way with, Tremont City has its own little set of laws. You got to follow those too if you live here or if you are here. I don't go to another country and follow our laws. No, I got to follow theirs. And that's the way it should be.
And so I'm assuming you trust President Trump to handle this issue should he get back into office as opposed to Harris.
100%. I trust that Trump's heart is in the right place, but the problem is it ain't just up to him. He's a figurehead. You got a House and a Senate that hasn't done their job in over 150 years. I think they ought to start doing their job.
Yeah, we've seen a major influx of Haitian population driving through Tremont. None of them have a license, and if they do, they're...
All right, so here's the cop. Or somebody, do they have a sheriff's department in Tremont? All right, he's telling you they don't have licenses. All right, and he's the one who would know, guys. He's the one who would know. If the media wants to say they know better than him, they're full of crap.
Temporary permits. Obviously, you can't drive on a temporary permit in the state of Ohio on
Deputy Duncan over here.
I've towed many cars because of the case that there is no driver's license. It's, the accidents we're having around here, they all can be prevented if everybody would get on the same page, all law enforcement, and start towing these vehicles. I know it seems like we're singling people out, but we do it the same no matter what race, nationality, creed. Doesn't matter. If you're breaking the law, you're breaking the law, and we tow the vehicles. I'm just one person. I'm the chief out here, and I'm the police officer. I'm the road officer. We don't get no reimbursement from the state or federal to be able to send people to school, to have, more officers on the road. So it makes a very big impact. I'm putting in over 100 hours every pay period just trying to keep the village safe as much as one person can do. So yeah, the population has exploded. No one knows what to do about it. I go to the chiefs meetings, nobody has an answer. Everybody has a different policy and procedure in place. Springfield, they don't tow vehicles, and so that creates a bigger problem for us because now they're driving out on these county roads and they don't have the experience to do that. So we end up with accidents, people getting killed, so.
What would you want the rest of the country to know about just the spillover effect from Springfield and how, as you said, it's just you for the small town, and I mean, is this at all sustainable?
It's not sustainable. There's no way we can sustain bringing in that many immigrants, no matter who they are, that fast. It's impossible. We don't have the capability of keeping up with all of it. So
the amount of unlicensed drivers that our cops stop is...
I love the fact that he's doing this interview with a cigarette dangling from his fingers. I don't know what it is, but it seems to add an air of authenticity when you talk to the guy and he's got a cigarette in his hand. Maybe that's just me.
Unacceptable, and we don't stop them unless they're speeding or doing some other kind of infraction. When we get an unlicensed driver, okay, if it's their car, we have it towed. We call a tow company. They come pick it up because you're not allowed to let an unlicensed driver drive the car, or the village is liable if they get in a wreck. If the car belongs to somebody else, we contact that somebody else to come get the car. When they come to get the car, if we find out they had given that person permission, they get cited for unlawful entrustment. Okay? That's what the Ohio Revised Code states to do. This subject has been brought up to the city many a times in what they call the police chiefs meeting. that our police and all the local police chiefs meet every quarter, and the city refuses to do that. This is spilling out. They do illegal U-turns all up and down the road. I don't know how many times I about got hit pulling out of the lot myself from somebody doing a U-turn. They drive on the wrong side of the road. Not just left to center. I mean on the wrong side of the road. This is not London, England. We drive on the right side.
This is not London.
Okay? Everybody here used to go to Bechtel Avenue to shop. Walmart and everything's right there on Bechtel Avenue.
Nobody goes down to Bechtel Avenue anymore.
People here go north to Urbana to shop because they can't tolerate the attitudes, okay, the pushiness, the inappropriate behavior of the migrants that are in these stores. Nobody feels safe. I've had a CCW since they first came out in Ohio and made them legal. I was a former military cop, okay? I don't go anywhere without a weapon on me. It's out.
Where would he be packing? Is he one of these pocket carry guys, or is he tucked in the back of his waistband? Where do you guys think he's packing? I don't know. I'm not good at this chat. Or maybe he's a shoulder carrier. He's got like a little bump here, although you would think it would be on this side. Where is this guy packing his heat?
Out of control. Everybody keeps yelling at the federal government. Yeah, they're the root cause. But the county seat, Springfield, Ohio, is not enforcing the law for the bad driving and everything. That's caused one of our children in the school district to get killed on his first day of school last year. If they would enforce that law, it would cut down the amount of bad drivers, illegal drivers, at least would help some, and the people would feel more like the citizens are getting treated equally. You're going to cite a citizen for speeding, but you won't cite this migrant for speeding.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think they're not enforcing?
Well, I will let Mark get into that.
Doesn't this guy have a little bit of a Wilford Brimley vibe? He's like a thinner version of Wilford Brimley to me. It's okay, yeah, and you got the Quaker Oats. He's talking about speeding tickets. I'm just getting, in my mind, I'm hearing the Quaker Oats commercial with Wilford Brimley. And you eat Quaker Oats, because it's good for you.
Here in a little bit, because he has facts. I've only got hearsay. One of the things I've been told is when they are cited, after 30 days, them trying to get into court and not having an interpreter, it gets postponed and postponed. And then after 30 days, the city court just throws the tickets out. Okay? You and I don't get that. Okay? We're either guilty or innocent that day, pay your fine, go home. Okay? So, it's pretty obvious what's going on. Okay? Forget the mushy stuff. I'm all for immigrants. This TPS, this mass influx, is not the way you do anything.
And so,
common sense.
And so, has there been any other spillover effects besides the bad driving?
That's what I'm going to call this fella. He's Wilford Brimley from now on.
I guess I'll ask him that. But
I've got to be careful on how I answer your question because I am a village official.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Okay. I can tell you, the police have cited and towed a migrant's vehicle for no license. Okay. Our courts are Wednesday nights.
Courts on Wednesday.
It's happened on many occasions, but I'll name this one. Okay? Shows up to court, driving his car again.
Drove the car to the court.
And no license.
With no license.
And got caught again when he left the building.
It's the fourth time.
4 of them.
Yeah.
But that man.
They're not setting their best.
So, yeah, it's a spillover. At what time? Just like the U-turns, you see we have hardly any curbs, okay? They go up over the curbs. We got kids and old people up and down these sidewalks all the time. They don't get mail delivery to their house. It's all done by post office box at the post office. So people are up and down the street all the time. I don't know how many of them about got hit. On their bicycles or just walking down the street.
Have your name again, please.
Yeah, Mark Sanders.
Mark
So
Sanders.
we've
Okay.
already heard
and
from Mark, so you get the idea there. These are the town fathers, so to speak, of this. Was it Tremont City, which is a even smaller town on the outskirts of Springfield. This guy, he's a little spicy, this fella. But here we have, I guess these people are talking about the cats and such. But, yeah, just so you keep in mind, this fella gets a bit spicy, one of these dudes. Let's hope the YouTube people don't come down on me.
Don't wave at me, you sorry fucking sand monkey.
There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods, collecting cats, skinning them, and eating them.
In my opinion, they're worthless. Bunch of worthless fucking sand monkeys.
They're getting thousands of dollars in government assistance, even the cash assistance cards. They're calling them the magic money cards because they never run out.
Man, they're nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles.
Everybody wants to make this into a race issue. It's not a race issue. It's culture.
All right, this is the lady who was testifying at the city commission that she's got men who don't speak English chucking mattresses in her yard and garbage. So this guy here, this interviewer, I believe his name is Oliveras. Yeah, Tyler Oliveira, I'm sorry. He went to her house and knocked on her door, and she came out and talked to him. But let's see what Tyler found in his walk around and his travels around Springfield.
It's accountability and it's respect.
Since June, they took me off. I'm a vet. They took me off of the
He's a veteran.
disability.
They took him off the disability.
And you're competing with some of the
Now
resources
he's
they're
down
getting.
at the welfare office and look at all these Haitians. He
I
can't
need
get
some
in there.
solutions. I'm losing my mind.
This is Springfield, Ohio. What was once a small town in Ohio, home to roughly 60,000 working-class Americans, until 20,000 plus Haitian immigrants flooded into town with rumors of them eating the neighbors' cats and local geese.
What did you do? Why'd you kill the cat? Did you eat that cat? Did you eat it?
All right, so we won't go through the preamble of Tyler's video. We'll get to where he starts talking to these folks. All right, he's talking to some Haitians here.
Years old, buddy. I don't know.
All right, we'll start with this guy. Of course, the Twitter circle of Spiral. We'll just refresh that.
Wave at me, you sorry fucking sand monkey.
Leave Haiti.
Moi te quitté Haïti parce que dans moment pays ti on ti jan gen problème politique.
All right, so this dude left Haiti for obvious reasons.
So, de juste essayer quitter jusqu'à ce que ça arranger pour me retourner dans pays.
All right, so keep in mind, Tyler is here interviewing this guy. He doesn't speak a word of English. So you've dumped these people. Now, this would have been a lot easier, I imagine, had these been Spanish speakers, because I'm sure they probably have a lot more Spanish interpreters in Springfield, I would guess, certainly than Haitian Creole. It's just, by experience in the United States, you're just going to find a lot more people that speak Spanish than Creole.
Barbecue, Civil War, like.
Moi pas connais rien de monde seulement juste un problème mais c'est déplacer même pas connais aucun nom de personne soit cap fait ça.
Okay, so just family and friends told him to come here to Springfield? Could you ask him that?
Yeah, his friend.
I see. Okay. Merci.
Okay.
I don't eat cat.
Okay, she clarified, I don't need cat.
See how that trash can is right there?
Right there, yep.
Okay,
that was another common complaint, the trash situation. I guess coming from, I'm guessing they don't have regular trash pickup in Haiti, so maybe the trash procedures just aren't getting through to them. But yeah, that's another one I didn't focus on it. I don't have a bunch of videos of people complaining about trash, but just realize they are out there.
Yep.
Okay, every Haitian house you go around, it's honestly filled to the brim. There's trash that leaks out onto the corner everywhere, but we're expected to live clean environment. And then on top of that, with the rise of immigrants and they get assisted living freely, it makes it harder for people like me or somebody else who doesn't get assisted living to find affordable housing.
Are they driving the housing costs up around here?
Yeah. Like nobody.
Big time?
Yeah, like.
What are we talking?
Okay. Honestly, in my opinion, it'll be a surprise if I don't get kicked out so they can boost up the rate on this place. They'll probably fix it,
I see.
get it where it's looking better, and boost the rate up on it. They pay $1,200 a month.
How much money does the government give you per month?
Pero el first step me doy como primera vez te pusieron como 500, segunda 300.
Okay. ¿Cuántos Haitians vive aquí en las 2 años?
No tengo un mensual, pero yo nuevo por ahí.
Okay. ¿De dónde eres?
En Haití.
¿Haití?
Sí.
¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Tengo 2 meses.
¿2?
Sí.
Did anyone tell you to come here to Springfield, Ohio?
Sí.
Did a friend tell you to come move here for a job? How did you learn about Springfield?
Yo tengo mi padres por ahí.
Okay. How much is it to rent an apartment here in Springfield? How much do you pay for rent?
Pero todavía yo no pagué, pero yo vivo con mi padre, mensual cada mes 700.
Is anyone eating cats out here?
No.
Okay. Falso.
Falso.
Falso información. Okay. Do you know many other Haitians here?
Yes.
Yeah? Big community?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
I just want to point out that the previous guy who was talking to, he was speaking to him in Spanish. So clearly that guy came here from, not directly from Haiti, but he probably spent time in a Spanish-speaking country. Certainly long enough to learn the language. So just an interesting note.
Why are so many Haitians coming here to Springfield in particular?
Apil Haitien vini sit lan, c'est parce que yo di sit lan gen job Haitien, debi li vini la ka travay, ça vin permettre que gen lot Haitien qui vini. C'est raison ça qui font apil Haitien.
So clearly the word is out among Haitians. Come to Springfield and they'll hook you up.
How long have you lived here?
2 ans.
How much money does the government give you per month?
Non. Avant, oui, maintenant non. Non, avant, j'étais kon bon, pour le moment, non, ma travail.
Is it true that the Haitians are eating the neighbor's cats?
Alright, so again, he's focusing on a cat thing with these Haitians and these people. Probably should have put this earlier in the video when I was dealing with it, but I don't know, let's listen to these. Since these people are residents, I guess what they have to say means something. Yeah, Twitter doesn't like it when you fiddle with the time index.
Wave at me, you sorry
Can get arrested because they're going down there and they're killing the Canadian geese so they can take them home and eat them.
I wouldn't be surprised though, because we used to have a lot of cats around here, and especially down here at the end of the street, that lady had probably 50 of them. Now she's lucky to have 5. And the geese down at the park, they're declining, so I don't know if they're eating them too. I guess it's supposed to be their natural habitat or something, or whatever.
Yeah. Do you think this could come to another American town near you?
This could come everywhere, man.
Yeah. Is the future of America?
I hate to say it, but probably so. The Mexicans take it up for the blacks, and the blacks taking it up for the Mexicans is odd.
Interesting.
My country's going down, and I can't wait till Trump gets back in there.
90% of the auto accidents are Haitian involved.
I can't wait till Trump gets back in there. Listen, if you're these people, that's all you got, man. They're looking to that election in November as like their only chance to save their town.
Okay.
And I've almost gotten hit by several of them walking because I walk a lot, and they're going the wrong way down one-way streets, and they think they own the streets. And when they got chased out, he hit the curb. When they got chased
Oh! Even while he's talking to this woman, some dude just hit the curb with his car. That's crazy. What is going on? I don't understand. Why can't they drive straight?
out, she heard one of them say it, and it was actually in English.
Look at them, just blasted off. What the fuck?
They've knocked
What
down
the hell? Dude just hit the curb for no reason.
My grandmother's fence.
Yeah.
That brick wall back there, they've drove
Yeah.
into it.
Why?
They've hit cars around here. I mean, they cannot drive. Whoever's giving them driver's license ought to have theirs taken on.
But look, every time a country moves into another country, talk about we're taking over, that shit leads to war.
100%.
Like when you have the old black dudes siding with the old white redneck and they're talking about joining teams, that's
more
when
brother
you know
wars.
everything is going to go downhill, and it's going to go downhill
Keep it
quick.
real. We all know about the neo-Nazis just a couple weeks ago being
saw that.
down.
Oh, there's the
and,
Blood
I
Pride
ain't
people.
saying that it's right, and I ain't saying it's wrong.
So that was the Blood Pride March. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 guys. This paralyzed the town. Apparently, this 11 guys in red with a couple of them look like they're carrying rifles.
I ain't saying that it's right, and I ain't saying it's wrong. But look, let's think about it. I'm 36 years old, and in 36 years, that's the first time I've ever seen the neo-Nazis rally in our city.
My mom was telling me she was coming home the other night and seeing a carload of Klan members.
Bonjour.
Oh, yeah.
Clan members.
Yes.
There's full on war going down right now.
That's what it's coming to.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it's all going to be against the same people.
Yo quiero hablar contigo sobre migración de muchas
Speak to them in Spanish.
Haitians a Springfield. ¿Sí posible?
Yo, what happened to his
¿De dónde
tire?
eres?
Haití.
Haití. Okay.
My mom was telling me she was coming home the other night and seeing a carload.
Is this
of Klan
another
members.
dude that just hit a sidewalk at some point?
Oh, yeah.
Clan members.
Yes.
It's
There's
Leo,
full on
they
war
showed
going
again.
down right now.
That's what it's coming to.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it's all going to be against the same people.
Yo quiero hablar contigo sobre migración de muchas Haitians a Springfield.
Yeah. Look, man, this dude hit a curb at some point.
¿Sí posible?
Sí, no
¿De dónde eres?
Haití.
Haití. Okay. ¿Cuántos meses vive aquí?
Un mes.
¿Qué es la razón que vive aquí?
No, yo no vivo por acá. Yo tengo sobrino que vive ahí. Lo voy a visitar.
He's visiting
¿Visitan?
his nephew.
¿Cuántos dólares tú recibes cada mes del gobierno?
No, todavía, porque yo tengo el proceso,
he's
pero
still
no
in
me manda
process.
todavía. Estoy aquí.
He's
¿Nada?
waiting to get hooked up.
Nada. ¿Cómo es posible que
probably why he's shacking
vive
up with his
en
nephew.
las casas con nada de dinero?
Aquí yo no sabe nada. Yo vine a visitar a una persona. Yo no vivo para acá.
Ok, ¿por qué tú manejas el coche con mucho rápido?
No.
Oh, he's asking him why he drives. He's saying it wasn't him. Who was driving? Who was driving that car?
Fui yo que estaba manejando.
Mucho rápido en esa street.
No, estaba manejando mi primo.
Ok.
His cousin was driving. All right.
¿Es cierto que personas comen los gatos o no?
No sé.
No, ok, lo siento. Gracias por tu tiempo. I'm trying to interview locals out here and hear their thoughts about the Haitians that have moved in.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I lived here for 24 years.
down
I
to the
lived
Burger
in LA
King.
for 38 years.
Got it.
It is causing probably some problems. I personally noticed it because it took me months on end to find an apartment to live in.
Sure. The available housing supply has gone down and the prices have gone up, or what?
I'm not 100% sure about the prices going up. I mean, I hear rumors that there's landlords ripping off some of the Haitian people, you know, like trying to put multiple families in a house and charging them too much money. I don't know if that's true. It's just stuff I've heard. But yeah, it has affected the market because, you know, like I said, I couldn't even get anybody to call me back for months. Couldn't tell you.
Damn.
I haven't had any problems with anybody. I can tell you that. Again, no cat eating.
How you doing, sir? What's your name?
Pavan.
Pavan.
All right. This Pavan guy, I think he owns. Well, his father owns a laundromat. He owns a sneaker store. He knows Anthony Harris, the guy running for mayor. So he hooked up Tyler Oliveira with him.
You own this.
Yeah.
You'd be a great person to talk to, then.
Yeah, for sure.
We've heard a lot of the Haitians that have moved here recently come here often.
Yeah.
What's
a lot.
going on here in Springfield?
They're just like an influx of the population in the Haitian community. I mean, they're protected status here, so they're
Okay.
just like, I mean, obviously I've filled up the town with it, and yeah, that's where we're at right now,
Okay,
pretty
so
much.
you own this laundromat.
Yeah, so my dad owns this laundromat, I own the sneaker store next to it, so I run both things right now, so yeah.
Are your customers
So Pavan and his dad are making bank off these Haitians coming and doing their laundry.
primarily Haitian? What's the split?
Before, I would say the last like 2-3 years, I mean, primarily whoever was in town,
Okay.
but yeah, there's a huge influx in, yeah, the Haitian community. That's like primarily our like customers like nowadays. So yeah, I will say there's
100% a divide in our town. Thing is, like, I just hope that whatever you guys do cover, something good comes out of it, right? Like, in the next 5 to 6 years, hopefully there's some sort of unity between everybody. Hopefully there's some sort of change. That's the biggest thing, like, I feel like you guys should cover.
Yeah.
Just some sort of, like, way to bring people together. This is the guy you want to talk to.
How you doing, man? We're
You know
filming a
this guy?
YouTube video. We're trying to see what's going on here.
This is a guy.
Oh, wait, you running for mayor? Oh yeah, I tried to find you. I know who you are. So out of pure luck, I met up with Anthony Harris, the guy who went viral for giving this speech at Springfield's town hall.
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They flipping cars in the middle of the street. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like.
And who's been going live on Facebook documenting the constant car crashes from the new Haitian drivers. We headed to the BMV to see how the Haitians are getting driver's licenses
Okay,
and cars.
this is all you need to know. This is the sketchiest shit. They are treating the process by which Haitians get driver's licenses like it's a national security secret. We know more about SEAL Team 6 and the Osama bin Laden raid than you will find out about how a Haitian gets a license in Springfield. Tell me this isn't sketchy. You could tell they have been told not to say anything.
So quickly after moving here, despite speaking zero English.
Question for y'all. What are your thoughts on the Haitians? They can't drive? This guy right here, by a Haitian dude. Yo, bonjour.
He got a cat right beside him. Yeah. Stop! Do not! Stop, bro! Stop, dude.
You said that shit, not me. You take that back. I did shit.
I'll tell you that, babe. Bro, come on, bro. We be playing, bro. There's nothing wrong with some jokes.
Let's go see what's up.
All right, they're going down to the DMV.
Question for you. Do you know how the Haitians are getting driver's license? Can they transfer their license from Haiti, or
No, they cannot transfer.
do they have to undergo the same test?
I'm not allowed to answer.
I'm not allowed to answer. She's not allowed to answer.
Well, okay. You know what they have to do?
I do not.
Okay.
I really don't know. No, but I know they're getting them quick.
They're getting them quick, right?
They just handed them out.
Sir, you are not allowed to take pictures in here, sir. Sir.
In the go outside.
It's like he just walked into the Pentagon. I mean, this is crazy. He's just asking, what's the procedure for getting a driver's license, man? They're treating it like he's asking for the nuclear weapons codes.
Are they able to transfer their licenses from Haiti to here?
No, not without taking the test. But that's the only question I can answer. I can't answer anything else.
Do you know how the Haitians are getting their driver's license so fast?
I do not.
Okay. All right, that's all I got for you.
I wish I knew.
Are they driving pretty good out here or what?
No.
No?
I do why they put their car in.
Why is that, do you think?
You don't know how to drive in general.
Okay.
Like I see them driving over there, trying to learn how to drive, but I don't know. Think they have to drive at all.
Okay.
I don't even think they should have a license. No lights when they be driving around, and nothing.
Do you think it poses a threat to public safety?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Man, they're nothing but a headache. All they're doing is raising our rent and our taxes and wrecking vehicles, and there's just been nothing but a hassle since they've been here. It's been horrible.
How would you rank their driving from 1 to 10?
Is this gonna be a new thing? Are we gonna move on from the Trump stop complaining about the ducks to stop complaining about the driving? Is Trump gonna give a speech at his next rally? They're crashing. They're wrecking the cars in Springfield. You can have Democrats go Trump's rhetoric on Haitian drivers.
A -10. They're horrible.
Do you have to take a driving test here? Oui?
Habla español.
Español, sí. ¿Cómo es posible que recibir tu licencia muy rápido?
No, es que por ahora no sé, es que lo que necesito viene acá a preguntar por la información.
Okay. Okay, all right. Gracias.
So, with more confusion gained than answers explaining how these Haitians are passing their driver's tests, I headed down to the Springfield Welfare Center
All right, now, the welfare office tells you everything you need to know, people. You tell me, if I told you even 6 months ago, what you thought you would find in a welfare office in the middle of a small town in Ohio. I'm sure you had a certain image in mind. I'm guessing you didn't think it would look like Port-au-Prince. This is there's hardly any Americans in this place.
Haitians are apparently clogging the lines for locals, exhausting the town's resources, and overwhelming the employees.
Question: where are you guys from? Haiti? Haiti? Okay.
Haiti,
How many Haitians do you think will come out here in line today? That's what we're trying to...
I'll say 80% of the people that come out here will be Haitian.
Okay. How long you been here in Springfield?
Remember, they're saving the town, people. They're saving the town. They're filling up the welfare office, but that's supposedly benefiting the town somehow.
I've been here for 7 years now. What takes so long is because they've got only 2 lines that they serve people in there, sometimes 3. And on all 3 of those, they got interpreters for each one, right? When it'll go a lot faster if you had 1 line for people that like couldn't, speak English that well, and then have another line for people that can go through the line faster. Because a lot of times they'll have paperwork with them and stuff, they won't have it in order.
We tried the split line for a while. It ended up being less efficient for everybody.
Is this about as long as it gets these days?
This is a normal Monday. Yeah, we've had worse, but...
Francois? English? No.
Standing in line 30 minutes, they might only then serve 4 or 5 people.
Got it. How many people do you think will come here this
Why
Monday?
is my man holding his cash out over here? He's got his cash in his hand. Why? Doesn't he have pockets?
It's Monday. I'm telling you, out of this money, I figure at least they might see 500.
What do you think the split is between new Haitians that have come in here and Springfieldian OGs, if you will?
I don't know too much about all...
Observationally, what have you seen?
9 to 1 easy.
All right, the man that guards the line at the welfare office is telling you, if he don't know, nobody does. 9 to 1 Haitians to U.S. citizens. Who's gonna know better than the guy that is essentially the bouncer at the welfare office, for lack of a better term?
Like, I'm just here because I'm just trying to get them to clear a medical card.
Are the systems stressed right now in Springfield? Can they handle the amount of people coming in?
No, they really can't. I've been trying to get just a simple Medicaid card since June. They took me off of, I'm a vet.
Telling you're from
They
Haiti,
took me
man.
off of the disability and made me start paying for my own disability. And I don't know why they took me off, but so I had to give them proof of income and disabilities and stuff. I gave them all that. They still ain't did nothing.
So you're a veteran and you're competing with some of the resources they're getting who just came in here?
Yeah. This America. You dig what I'm saying? But I'm saying that the things that the hoops they make us jump through can have you turn on each other in a sense, or say negative things. I don't have anything that's negative to say or bad to say about anybody Haitian.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Do you think the town's taking care of their local residents that were here?
Oh, hell
first
no.
and foremost?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Well, thanks for your service. Appreciate it. Good luck in line.
Like, and the thing is, there's people on Twitter and Instagram that don't think it's real. Like, don't think none of this
we
shit is
just saw it in real time.
They're like, none of that shit's real that you're saying. There's no way they brought 20,000 people.
English? No English? Okay. That's crazy. If you're a local trying to get your Medicaid, your welfare benefits, etc., you're waiting 2 hours now. Crazy?
Crazy as fuck.
We're 6 minutes away from this woman's house. This woman has stated that people are throwing mattresses on her joint. She is not expecting us. I am just gonna show up and knock on her door and see what happens. Hi there. I saw your speech at the city council and I was wondering if I could interview you. Well, I've seen a video of a guy getting a Canadian goose, a Haitian dude, and I have rumors of Haitians taking cats. Tell me what's going on here.
I'm cat lady, as you can tell.
You have a lot of cats.
Yeah, I have a lot of cats. The goose story, I believe, originated in Columbus. I have not seen it here.
And just for context, you are surrounded, this entire community, mostly Haitians now?
Yeah, I believe we're looking at probably about 50% is what I'm saying. But I'm worried. My town is going to pot. Everybody wants to make this into a race issue. It's not a race issue. It's culture, it's accountability, and it's respect. And that's the things that I'm not seeing. And the women in this country have fought long and hard for the rights that they have been afforded. And these men in this culture treat their women very badly, and I watch it firsthand. Come on, give me a break. Start acting like you got some sense. The driving of the vehicles is a main sticking point. Haitian men came down with probably a queen-size mattress and threw it in the front yard.
Okay.
It didn't go very well. I tried to explain. I tried to be nice. Didn't go very well. So.
And you explained in English?
Yes. I had to drop the F-bomb and told them, take it and go. So they went down the street and ended up at that house right there.
Got it.
So they've thrown trash in the yard as they walk by. I'm done. I'm tired of dealing with the disrespect. I've never been so disrespected in my life, and my ex-husband has never disrespected me like this. They're not prosecuting for the property crimes, and it's a big mess, and we need some help. I want my city back. I want my people happy, and this is my town. I want to take it back.
Do you think the Haitians here are trying to assimilate to the culture and the town you grew up in?
No,
Nope,
I don't see it. If it
20,000
is,
of them, they don't
more
have
power
to.
to him. But there's a language barrier. I get it. Okay, but
They
when they
basically
are
have their own
paroled
small
here on
town.
I-94, they get 8 months of English lessons, the first 8 months.
Okay.
If they're not taking advantage of that, then why should we, the taxpayer, have to turn around and have our services overwhelmed? They're saying 20,000, and I am saying between 35 and 40 with the birth rates and the things that I see going on. So I don't know who's to blame. I don't know.
You know how many anchor babies are going to be born? Their TPS runs out like in January 2026. Where you'd think, okay, so they're all going to get deported in January 2026. If Trump wins, okay, that's easy, right? Between now and then, how many anchor babies do you think are going to be born?
Oh, whose door to start kicking in? Mike DeWine, if you see this, Mike DeWine, get a hold of me.
Mike DeWine is a rhino, lady. Talking to him is a waste of time. All right, so that's how they're going to finish up the video. Her telling Mike DeWine to get a hold of her. Mike DeWine is a rhino. I mean, he's sending them $2.5 million. He's sending them some state troopers. Wow. That's really going to help. Thanks a lot, Mike DeWine. Border czar Kamala Harris forced to pause mass parole program for illegal immigrants due to large amounts of fraud. I'm shocked that people without documents from third world countries that we can't vet would be committing all this fraud that caused them to have to pause the program. Are you shocked? I'm guessing no. Let's see. I think we've seen these people already in another video. Okay, so here is where you start getting the idea about the temp agency. This is First Diversity is mentioned in this story. As a matter of fact, let me just go. And there you go. What does it say down here in this story? Now, the title of this was in the Springfield News-Sun, is local legal community helping Haitian immigrants stay in the United States in Springfield. Thousands of immigrants have come to Clark County in recent years. So this article came out last June in 2003. Not last June, the previous June. June 2023. This is before Springfield became an item in the news, even before the Aiden Clark death. Many Haitians are employed with Dole Fresh Vegetables company in Springfield. Now, Dole Fresh Vegetables is the largest company in Springfield. They, along with a handful of other companies, I think it's as few as 4 or 5 big companies. They are clients of this First Diversity Staffing, and they call it like they call it a cooperative. Their clients are all partnered up, and they are the ones that brought all these Haitian temporary workers in. They want cheap labor. They're temporary workers, so you don't have, again, I mentioned you don't have to pay them benefits. Also, when you don't need them, let's say your fresh vegetables is a seasonal thing, you can let go of them without any problem. They can't unionize if they're temporary workers. So you might have these, I've seen these companies, some of them will have, say, 300 workers in a factory or a facility, and like 150 of them will be temp workers. Many Haitians are employed with Dole Fresh Vegetables in Springfield and working with First Diversity Staffing, Kirsch said. She said outreach paralegal Alejandro Espino is focused on helping this community and other migrants know their rights as workers to avoid being taken advantage of. Now notice here, she said Haitians involved in a labor dispute with their workplace may be eligible for deferred action in which the Department of Homeland Security decides not to prosecute or deport a person, which is often faster than temporary protected TPS status, but is not legal status, so it can be reversed at any time. So they got their work. These NGO lawyers, they work to find every angle to get these people from being deported. But again, you saw they mention here the Dole Fresh Vegetable Company, First Diversity Staffing, and then they also work with, I saw it down here. Here we go. Many of the cases in the area are being handled by Catholic Charities of Southwest Ohio. So Catholic Charities, once again, the Catholic Church, heavily involved in the people smuggling network. They're involved with this as well. But as far as I can tell, with respect to this Springfield, the Clark County area of Ohio, the big driver, the people behind this, is First Diversity Staffing. They are the ones that are basically bringing in the largest number. Not all of the Haitians come as a result of First Diversity, but they are the magnet. Story in the Courier. Mayor coordinating response to growing immigrant population. So this is another neighboring town to Springfield, and this is a town of Findlay. And the mayor there is a woman named Christina Murin. Is this Christina Murin up here? Believe so. At Tuesday's regular meeting of council, Mayor Christina Murin said her office has taken up the task of coordinating the effort of they're responding to the impact of the growing worker population. So we got Haitians spilling over into this town, Findlay. Let's see here. Well, I don't know what this fellow's talking about in chat. This is the legit Catholic Charities, not no bullshit. See people with the stuff with the Bernsteins and all that. Yeah, that's not Catholic Charities. That's a front. This is Catholic Charities. So we got the legal aid people. We got First Diversity Staffing mentioned again. So First Diversity Staffing doesn't just do this in Springfield, people. First Diversity Staffing mentioned here by the mayor, by name. Findlay Schools and the Findlay Hancock County, they're obviously involved at putting the students in school. So she thought there were 300 immigrant workers that were living in Findlay. Most employed. This is the mayor telling you this. The mayor of Findlay saying most employed through First Diversity Staffing. She said about 2,000 immigrant workers live throughout the region and many commute to Findlay for work. So she's telling you right there, they're coming through Findlay. Based on the experience of other Ohio communities, Murin said the city's population of immigrant workers could grow to an estimated 600 to 1,000 individuals within the next 2 years. And there's really nothing she can do to stop it because the Biden administration, they bring them in through their parole program, as they call it, quote unquote, parole. They give them the temporary protected status so they can't be deported for a certain amount of time. They get all the benefits so that they can come in and they can work for lower wages than American workers because they're getting all these free benefits. And then the First Diversity Staffing then takes these people and just leases them to their clients as indentured servants. Now think about it. They're temp workers, so they have to go where they're told. They can't really do anything. They're essentially, it's not modern day slavery because obviously they can choose to leave, but it's like a form of indentured servitude. So that's the way it works in Springfield. It's a handoff from the Biden administration with no middleman to this First Diversity Staffing, which is actually owned by a local guy, or at least he's on, and I think he owns a coin store. I don't believe First Diversity Staffing is an NGO, but they sort of have kind of a similar mission to NGOs, because I mean their name tells you you need First Diversity. Come on. They basically specialize in essentially hooking you up with cheap foreign labor. It's in a lot of cases they directly bring the foreign labor from the country. Also in the Courier, migrant workers help Findlay factory flourish. So here's what where they try to put this positive propaganda spin on it, where they highlight this company called Roki America Company. Now, Roki America Co. Limited is a foreign-owned company. It's a Japanese company. Now, if you really dig into this company, essentially they just run sweatshops in like 15 different countries. And the 15th country that they run a sweatshop in now is apparently the United States, because Roki now employs 134 migrant workers hired through, drumroll please, First Diversity Staffing, headquartered in Springfield, Ohio. The company, established in 2002, is a minority-owned and bilingual company. Yeah, I think the other partner is a Hispanic individual, or two Hispanics, I forget. With offices in Ohio and North Carolina, it employs 30 marketing managers across the United States. You can find that on their website, obviously. First Diversity works with migrants to ensure they hold legal work permits and to overcome obstacles like transportation. Yes, apparently they bus them to and from work. Housing and language barriers. So apparently 1 out of 6 of these guys actually speaks any English usually. They'll rent you a crew, and like they'll have 1 guy speak English and 9 guys won't speak any English, so that you can give them instructions. So this Roki, right? They're employing 134 temporary migrant workers out of like 300 people in salaried positions. Now their turnover rate went from 112% down to 0. You know why? Because they're just temporary workers. I don't even think that temporary workers count. Well, they're saying it's the rate for the temporary employees. They have no choice. They're indentured servants. They're from a foreign country. They can't get another job. They don't even speak English. How are they going to go out and get a different job than they're from the temp agency? They don't speak the language. With temporary workers accounting for nearly half of the factory's hourly workforce. So all this Roki company did, this Japanese country that operates, sweatshops in like Thailand and all, they've just opened up a sweatshop here. So they have some salaried employees, but half the workers are temps. Exactly. As soon as this Roki doesn't need these people anymore, they're gonna let them go, and then they're just gonna be Springfield's problem. Roki America produces air and fluid filtration parts for the automotive, marine, and industrial industries. See, we shipped a lot of equipment and product to Mexico because we didn't have the employees to make the product. And they sort of have an unlimited workforce. See, can't compete with the cheap labor in Mexico, so he said, let me get a bunch of temporary workers. With so many jobs open, temporary workers can drop in and out of the workforce without too much concern about finding more permanent work. Jenks said they're known as, quote, carnival employees. Only for the employers, it's not much fun. But Jank couldn't be more pleased with First Diversity's workers because they can't go anywhere. And to them, it's Shangri-La, the wages that they're getting. Most are from Haiti and don't speak English. However, at least 1 worker from the temporary service for each crew of about 6 is bilingual. Jenks said the language hasn't been as big a barrier as he thought it might be. The most important word here is legal. Everything is being kept strictly above board. It's better that way for us. So it's okay if you run a sweatshop as long as the government's compliant and just keeps providing you these temporary workers from. So you're a poor worker in Springfield, Ohio. You got to compete with the global labor market. It's not enough. You got to compete with the local labor pool. You got to compete against the labor pool of the third world. Haiti, the poorest country in the world. They want to work. They'd work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week if I let them. You see what I'm saying? And for what? Is this an all-American company that made here in America? No, for Roki, headquartered in Japan. So this Roki doesn't give a flying fuck about the local Springfield town. If it goes sour, they'll just move to another their sweatshop somewhere else. For Roki, headquartered in Japan, diversity in its factories isn't novel. The company owns 15 manufacturing sites in 11 countries. Now listen to this. What do these countries have in common? Thailand, Indonesia, India, Japan, Vietnam, the United States, Mexico, China, Korea, Taiwan, and Romania. Seems like they just opened their factories in like cheap labor markets, and they want to do business in the United States, so they have to have a facility here to get around the tariffs. But then they just fill it with temp workers. First diversity staffing, guys. But I'll repeat, it's not just Springfield. Here's the town of Charleroi, Pennsylvania, a small town of 4,000 Americans. In just the last 2 years, they experienced a 2,000% increase in the population of Haitian migrants. Schools are begging for translator. The town can't afford it, so they've been swamped. This is CBS Pittsburgh. This story came out like 3 days ago. They have more Haitians than people in the town in this place now.
These are the faces of children who don't speak English and often endured dangerous.
Look at this. The whole class. Look at all they put the national flags of where these people are from. I'm seeing Haiti, Brazil, Ecuador. I mean, almost every kid in this class is foreign born.
Traumatic journeys to reach the U.S., who now attend Charleroi Elementary School. In addition to language barriers, there is a lack of familiarity with American culture, American education, and American ideals.
Some of these kids have not been in school at all. Even though they had schooling offered to them, they didn't always participate.
The immigrant population here in Charleroi has grown by more than 2,000% in the last 2 years. The majority of the English language learners, or ELLs, in the district are from Haiti. Most left the country with their families, who were then able to find work at one of the manufacturing plants here in Charleroi.
You think they got a bunch of Haitian Creole interpreters in Charleroi, Pennsylvania?
One student today was writing an essay about how difficult it was for him to decide to leave Haiti. He said, that was where I was born, that is my country, but I knew that I wouldn't be able to reach any of my dreams.
The district has already had to hire more ELL teachers, an ELL coach for the teachers, and an interpreter that cost over $400,000.
One interpreter costs $400,000. This little Pennsylvania town does not have that kind of money. One interpreter, $400K. I'm in the wrong business. Growing up, you guys should have learned Haitian Creole. You can get a gig in a town making $400K just for speaking Creole. How many of you are gonna go run down to the local community college and start taking Creole lessons? This is crazy. People are making money hand over fist. They're exploiting the situation. I keep telling you, people. There's no way you're going to tell me you're an interpreter $400,000 you're going to charge a small town?
Growth expected to continue. The district
Just
projects
to talk?
spending another $300,000 next school year. We're told increasing taxes isn't an option, so the district is looking to the state for help.
I couldn't believe what I heard. $400,000 for one interpreter. And just another town is another area. You're not going to believe this, guys. Alabama. I'm starting to sense a pattern here. Remember when Obama had this that plan? I forgot what it was called. Plan something, where he wanted to build projects in suburbs, and move people out, Section 8 type people out into the suburbs. And then he wanted to take the budgets from suburban school districts and equalize them and share them with the city. Seems like the Biden-Harris administration has just decided they're going to destroy small-town America. And essentially, they're going to turn MAGA country into basically blue areas by just flooding them with just thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people from the third world. All right, the Hispanics didn't work out because, sadly for the Democrats, half of them assimilate and are indistinguishable from the white population, especially when they intermarry. And then even the ones that don't, they start to make a little money and they suddenly start voting Republican. At least 40% of them anyways. So that didn't work out. So they've decided, you know what? The Hispanics didn't work out for us. They didn't turn Texas and Florida blue. So now they're going to try a new population, it seems, of more reliably poor people who won't change their vote because obviously this is from the black diaspora that votes 80-90% Democrat reliably. So even the Hispanics are getting replaced now. So this is the new favored replacement apparently. Sylacauga, Alabama, and not just so there's another town, Athens, Alabama, in North Alabama. So both ends of Alabama are getting hit at the same time. You're starting to get a familiar feel with these city council meetings. These mayors and city council, they don't want to hear when the locals complain. Here they went so far as to end the meeting. I mean, this is crazy. But look at all these people, and this was before Trump ever mentioned this. For those who want to say Trump started this meeting happened before the debate with Kamala Harris.
Questions about the legal immigrants that we have come to our city. I would like to know how they were vetted, and I've got a couple of questions about that. How they were vetted.
So people they're not even venting hostilely. They're just asking questions. Hey, were these people vetted? They're from a third world country that doesn't have a government. How do we know who they are?
Was everyone vetted? Where were they located? It's said that they have work visas, but the work visas show that the company that they work for is not it's not a factory that we have here. So that's one of my concerns. Who is heading up, watching over this situation? What information can you give me about this situation? I'm just concerned.
So unfortunately, Sherry, we don't have any information to provide to you. We don't have any information. We just don't have any information on it.
Is it just me, or did he have his hand over his ears and this guy has his hand over his mouth? All we need is another guy here to put his hand over his eyes. And we have the see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil monkeys, apparently. So is this lady in the middle, is she the mayor, or maybe she's the city manager? I don't know. But she doesn't want to hear these questions.
That's so, and I don't want to speak on something and misinform people, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. But as of right now, we don't have any information. We just know that they are here listening.
And the only thing I can add to that
concern of yours and a lot of people's is that, you know, this is above us. We found out when everybody found out that they showed up the first time I saw them.
Notice all these city councils say the same thing, that they were surprised and they found out after the fact. Yeah, that's deliberate. Feature, not a bug. They move them in so that they're a fact on the ground, and then they expect you to deal with it.
They came to our church and wanted to come to Sunday school and church with us, and that's the first time I knew they were in town. And there was 3, then 6, and 8, and the ones at church with me are great people. They want to come into church, haven't asked for a thing, and worship and go home. That's the only interaction I've had with them. And I know there's more than that here in town, but the only things we know is they're here. We can't, you know, that they're, I wouldn't say a private citizen, but they're coming in just as you would go into another town and buy a house and live there. They're doing the same thing. We can't ask them or watch them like a specific criminal or anything if they haven't committed a criminal act. So we know they're here. You know, we hope that they can provide to our economy and do things that help Sylacauga, but as far as knowing how they got here or what their deal is, we're left out of the loop just as you. That goes way high up, and if you haven't noticed, even some of our state representatives have reached out to their DC representatives like Ben Robbins and asking.
I mean, so essentially what you have a situation in is Haiti is a failed state. There's no government there. Effectively, barbecue could come over on this under this program and be get paroled into the United States under it. I mean, there's no way to vet any of these people. They could give any name. How would you get data from Haiti if they're a dangerous extremist, someone who was running around with a machete, engaging in cannibalism or anything like that? This is not an invalid question.
For help and reasoning of why they're here, so that they don't even know at the state level.
But there's no reason for us to wonder why or to investigate. No crime has been committed. I mean, they're here working, like Ashton said, they're, you know, adding to the economy. So as of right now, that's really all we have to say. It was actually more than what I thought we had to say. But
I have one thing. I have reached out to state and federal leaders to try to get more information.
All right, so notice something here. She's saying that no crime has been committed. There's nothing for us to investigate. Yet all the other ones are saying, well, I reached out and asked. So these people, it sounds like they kind of were doing their job. I mean, she's calling state and federal officials trying to find out, hey, where did these people come from? Why did they just suddenly show up here? So this guy here, again, same thing. I mean, it sounds like they had some curiosity. They did some investigation. He's just saying that they don't know. This woman, she doesn't want to talk about it. She's like, no, there's nothing to investigate. Stop asking questions.
You know, everybody's kind of in the same boat. I've also reached out to other leaders across the state to see, you know, to seek information as well.
And my question is, if they're being bused in here, brought in here by bands, how come the city knows nothing about it?
we don't know anything about that, Miss Eason. That's just, we've seen this stuff on Facebook and social media.
Doesn't she want to find out? People are being busted to her town. She doesn't want to know by who, for what reason. And this is crazy. The woman is asking a natural question. Who's bringing these people in buses here? What is the purpose? Why? And the woman up there behind the podium, this Tiffany Nix woman, no, don't need to know that. Wait a minute, this is her town.
Just like you have, we have no knowledge of that.
Why haven't you reached out to find out?
Miss Eason, with all due respect, you can. Have you? I'm gonna ask this, and with all due respect, has anybody seen anybody being busted here? Has anybody seen any bus coming here dropping people off?
I have someone that told me that's
I know, but it's hearsay. But that's the thing. People are posting stuff on social media, and people are saying things that they don't know anything about. Yeah. Nobody has seen any of those things happen.
I realize that.
It's not happening.
No crime has been committed. There has been no reason.
They're here, but it's not happening.
By where they're living.
They just magically appeared.
And they're just sitting around outside. They're not working.
But what's wrong with that, though, Miss Deason? What's wrong with them sitting outside where they're paying your rent?
In the middle of the day, they would be working if they came here to work.
But we can go anywhere, Ms. Deason, and see people sitting on their porch not working.
They supposedly came here to work.
Well, I worked night shift for a while, I mean, you never know where they're working or what hours they're working.
And I wasn't gonna comment on this, but I am now, because I feel like I need to. I wanna welcome anybody to Silicata that wants to come to Silicata. Anybody that's here that's, paying lodging, buying gas, buying food, paying rent, utilities, whatever, we wanna welcome them here. Because if you're here spending money, whether you're working or even if you're not working, you have to be here spending money. So on behalf of Tiffany, Councilmember Nix, I wanna welcome you, because if you're here stimulating our economy, thank you. That's how I feel about it. And if people aren't breaking the law, they're not causing any problems, I don't see what the issue is. And that's just how I feel. I can only say how I feel.
I have to say the attitude of the council with reference to this is entirely unacceptable. Do we know where the individuals we're discussing are coming from? Where their point of origin is? Because you're treating them like lawful U.S. citizens, which they are not.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut it off because we've had 3 people to come. I'm gonna cut it off because we have no
He's
reason,
just asking her.
Again, we have no
Do we
reason
know where they're coming
to
from?
launch an investigation or to treat people differently because of how they look. There's no reason for
Who
it.
said that?
Well, that's just what I'm saying. I just said that. Tiffany just said that.
Okay,
So
I
there-
didn't say that.
But I said it. But there's no reason for us to discuss this any further.
These individuals came from
I don't
Haiti.
understand. Does she think she is their queen? I don't understand. Is she gonna speak using the royal we at some point? It seems like she doesn't understand her role. She is supposed to be the servant of the people there. They're asking her questions that she's supposed to have answers for, or at least attempt to.
Are valid concerns that we need to
How
hear.
are valid concerns, Laura? People come here all the time. We
These
visit
people came here
Birmingham.
from
We
Haiti.
visit other.
Haiti is a failed state.
We
Their
visit
president
everywhere.
was assassinated in 2021. There
We're
is
done.
no way the State Department can
We're-
vet these
We're
individuals.
done, and I'm gonna access
him out. Please let him talk.
You had to
shut
say
up
I
and
was
let
very
people
specific. Okay, I'm gonna ask all of you to leave because this meeting is over.
All right, so she ended the meeting there, and the people were not too happy about this. I think there's going to be a change in management of this town, because there's no way you could have this woman treat the people like this at the city council meeting. I'm sorry, that can't be allowed to stand. She's got to go. You can't tell me that you could politically survive that.
4th Street, Silicaga. I have to say the attitude of the council with reference to this is entirely unacceptable.
To be forwarded to where she cancels the meeting.
Of how they look. There's no reason for
Who
it.
said that?
Well, that's just what I'm saying. I just said that. Tiffany just said that.
Okay.
So
Tiffany just said that. I mean, she's practically going to speak in the royal we.
for us to discuss this any further in
These
this
individuals
meeting.
came from Haiti.
Are valid concerns that we need to
How
hear.
are valid concerns, Laura? People come here all the time. We
These
visit
people came here
Birmingham.
from
We
Haiti.
visit other.
Haiti is a failed state.
We
Their
visit
president was
everywhere.
assassinated in 2021. There
We're
is
done.
no way the State Department can
We're-
vet these
We're
individuals.
done, and I'm
You should
gonna
not
access
cut him
this.
off. Please let him talk.
You had to
shut
say
up
I
and
was
let
very
people
specific. Okay, I'm gonna ask all of you to leave because this meeting is over. If having no other further business, I need a motion to adjourn. All right, second?
Second.
All in
Good to
favor?
know.
They're sitting up there lying.
Good to know. Don't want to hear the truth.
This is our city, not
This is our
Can you just say that we can't speak, that we have no word? I'm from Southern California.
What would you like us to do?
To cut off public debate in the middle of a meeting is a violation of the law, by the way.
What they're gonna do is they're gonna spend our tax money, that's the money they're gonna be spending. They speak French, our teachers will be able to educate the children that speak French, or we're gonna have to hire teachers. It's all male
All right, so you can see there, these people they're being pissed on. I don't see how you could leave that woman as mayor or city manager or president of the county. I don't know what her role is there. Council president. After she does that to you. No. On any issue, let alone this one. Alabama residents kicked out of city council meeting. Essentially, I don't think the guy asked any question that was out of line. Hey, how are you vetting? How are these people being vetted? Do you know where they're from? Because they're coming to you from a place where the president was assassinated in 2021 and the government collapsed. So we have no idea who they are. Maybe we might want to ask that. Over migrant questions, it wasn't so much authoritarian as it was totalitarian. Essentially, she said she didn't want to hear it. She refused to take the questions. City council member in Alabama kicked all the residents out of a meeting in totalitarian fashion after residents asked questions about the recent arrival of Haitian migrants to the community. Sylacauga City Council President Tiffany Nix adjourned a meeting after several attendees pressed the council on the illegal immigrant issue, including allegations that buses of Haitians were brought in supposedly to work, but many are walking aimlessly in the streets. The last speaker, David Phillips, barely got to speak before Nix cut him off. It wasn't so much authoritarian as was totalitarian, he told in an interview. Did they have the interview with Fox here? Normally they have the video, unless it's here at the top. Yeah, that's just headlines. What's this guy's name? David Phillips. We know we did an interview with Fox, so David Phillips, Alabama, Fox.
Did you just pay with PayPal?
Yeah. Now you can use it in stores, and the cashback's wild.
An Alabama City Council meeting was shut down after residents voiced their concerns over a recent influx of Haitian migrants.
There is no way the State Department can vet these individuals.
We're done, and I'm going to access this.
Please let him talk.
You had shut up. I was very specific. Okay, I'm going to ask all of you to leave because this meeting is over.
Here to react, David Phillips, who was at that meeting, and an Alabama Republican mayoral candidate for that town, Brian Taunton. Welcome to you both, fellas. Phillip, let me start with you. You're the guy who was at that podium. You were asking questions about what's going on in town to your city council, who should be responsive to you. Why'd they cut your mic?
That's what I was wondering at the time. That was the section of the meeting that's open to public comment. So when I stepped to the mic, I had a few questions for them, and they basically shut it down, before I could even voice really any of the questions that I had. I think it was more of the fact that they really didn't want to give the answers more than they didn't have the answers.
Okay.
As I mentioned in other statements, that's the whole point, that the podium and the mic are there, is so the public can, ask the questions they have.
It's the public
That's why the city
comment
council has a
section of the
job
meeting.
to answer questions that people in the city have. Brian, tell us about what's going on. You've got a small town there, and you've got a potential problem, it sounds like, with migrants coming in. What's going on?
Well, we do have a problem, but first I'd like to say thank you for having us here this morning to discuss this. But the problem is much bigger than we are. We're a small town of 12,000 people. And while I appreciate Dave's comment, the bottom line is this: we're not equipped to deal with this. Our city council and small town governments across the U.S. are not equipped to deal with this problem. Dave shouldn't have even had to be at that meeting to have this discussion. Our city council is not prepared to have this kind of discussion. We've all been caught flat-footed on this. And bottom line is, this falls back on a failed immigration policy of the Biden-Harris administration and the failures of Alejandro Mayorkas and Homeland Security. We should not be dealing with these issues, but we're being forced to, and we simply do not have the infrastructure to support them. And this is what Dave and others in our city are afraid of. These people have not been properly vetted, and they very well, I believe they are wonderful people, but many have been simply recruited into the United States by outside sources, and that comes with some major issues. But like I said, we look at what's happening in America, and we don't have the resources. We're already stretched out as a small community.
Yeah, and you're asking questions that anyone would ask in their town. Things have changed. Yes. Why have they changed? Are we safe? What are you doing about it, City Council? Do you think you're right? It's probably much more of a national issue than it is that particular City Council in your town in Alabama. We got to leave it there. Brian and David, thanks for being with us. Good to see you.
Thank you.
So that was... Now, remember she said it wasn't happening? Well, looky here. Charter buses seen dropping off alleged Haitian migrants in Marshall County. Residents demand answers. So somebody's busing Haitians around Alabama. I'm seeing a picture here of a Starship line bus dropping Haitians off. Tensions are boiling over in Marshall County as residents grow more concerned with the growing migrant population. Several residents in Albertville and Boaz have reported seeing large charter buses dropping off what appear to be Haitian immigrants in various locations at odd hours, often carrying baggage and other belongings. Social media has been abuzz with speculation about who the people are and why they're being transported by bus. So here's a picture on Facebook of a bus dropping off Haitian migrants. The Albertville Police Department posted a statement on Facebook saying it was aware of the concerns. We've been notified about charter buses dropping off and picking people up throughout town. We've contacted the bus company in question, and they advise us they've been contracted by a local company to transport workers to and from work. You see how it works, guys? Temporary workers brought into a town secretly. The town doesn't know. The police don't know. They're the last to know. The bus company, Starship Co. out of Muscle Shoals, told 1819 News it had contracted to transport employees to and from a local business. When asked if the local business was Wayne Farms, a local chicken processing plant near downtown Albertville, Starship co-owner Brian Goodlow said, "Yeah, that's it." So the local chicken place wanted cheap labor, and now they're bussing it in. Wayne Farm spokesman Frank Singleton said the poultry plant had no involvement or contract with Starship and only used work vans as part of a rideshare program to transport workers of quote-unquote of all ethnicities between Gadsden and Albertville. Singleton further said that Wayne Farms in Albertville was currently, quote, fully staffed and that all employees are vetted through the E-Verify process. 1819 News reached out to Starship Coach for clarification, but Goodlock declined to comment further. He said to contact Zelo, which provides software and shuttle services. Attempts to contact the company were unsuccessful. You see how you get the runaround here? Aside from the APD's post, Albertville and Boaz officials have offered little explanation for the buses and the migrants. However, they said they are investigating the issue. Always investigating. Albertville Mayor Tracy Honea said he's been working with law enforcement and other local officials to get the facts. He said the buses appear to be contracted with Pilgrim's Pride, dropping off workers throughout the county. State Representative Brock Colvin, Republican of Albertville, said he too believed the buses were working with Pilgrims, though it still needed to be confirmed. 1819 News contacted the Pilgrims plants in Guntersville and Russellville, but neither have returned calls. Attempts to contact the main headquarters in Colorado were unsuccessful. Due to intense public outcry, Boaz City Councilman Matt Brannon issued a statement saying he was investigating the migrant buses and that he's been in talks with local leaders to find a solution. So nobody knows who's renting the buses, what the buses are for. They're not concerned about people being bussed around, basically people being trafficked. in their town. And we're just doing these passive investigations. I can promise you I am working to find a solution. I've been on the phone and in contact with our mayor and legislative members already. I'd like to invite any and all city residents to join in our council meetings. They are the second and fourth Monday of each month at 6 p.m. and a work session at 5:30. The location is the Boaz Senior Center, located at 112 Church Street. Please come and listen, give your input. Valuable, blah, 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 blah. So he wants them to go to a meeting. He said Thursday his phone had not stopped ringing since he made the post, with concerned citizens reporting bus sightings and related complaints. So people are calling in, hey, I see a bus full of migrants, bus full of migrants. All of a sudden, people are seeing all these migrant buses. Sylacauga Mayor Heigl urges keyboard warriors to calm down. Says media. So this is the mayor, this clown. And you can't tell me he's not compromised. He's, oh, calm down now. This is keyboard warriors. Those people were keyboard warriors. They were at the meeting. So there's another mayor that has to go. The mayor has to go, not just that Tiffany woman. So here's a resident of Sylacauga. Again, I'm just putting this here to let you know it's not just Springfield. Don't get hung up on the ducks in Springfield.
Shared on Facebook in my town, the one about the Haitian immigrants. And I just wanted to elaborate on that a little bit more. You see, because I have no issue, again, with people moving here. You can live wherever you choose to. The problem is we ain't got no more room here. There's no houses for rent, and the ones that are for rent are $1,200 and higher. There's no jobs. The little jobs that we do have get filled immediately. So these people are taking housing away from people that live here. These people are taking jobs away from people that live here. These people are getting government assistance. They have a government cell phone. All while we still have homeless veterans that live in our town right now, where our schools are failing with our children's mental health, and a slew of other issues, including corruption going on in our local government. So with all of those things combined in the way the economy is, we the people of Sylacauga have every right to ask as many questions and have as many concerns about people seeking asylum from a country where their president was assassinated in 2021. We need to know exactly where they're coming from and why they're coming here. Are they the good guys escaping the bad guys, or are they the bad guys trying to secretly get out before they get took out? We don't know anything about their country and what's really going on over there. So yes, we have the right to exercise caution because we really do not know exactly what kind of people it is we're dealing with. It's 2024, it's not 1900 anymore. We have to exercise caution, especially with people coming from a foreign country who is seeking asylum that's a war zone currently, with corruption way worse than what we have going on.
All right, I mean, so there's the local Sylacauga view on the ground from a guy that lives there. And I just want to point out, I've been talking about small town America because before, what were we always talking about before? New York, Chicago, right? Denver. I just want you to know how it started in New York. Remember Eric Adams back in 2021 when he first took the job as mayor of New York City? We should protect our immigrants, period. Yes, New York City will remain a sanctuary city under an Adams administration. 200,000 plus illegal aliens later.
I have to provide.
Not even here. His tune was starting to change a little bit at this point. I believe here we had been up to like 40 or 60,000 illegal aliens, and you can see that he's starting to be get a little concerned.
Services for families that are here, and that's what we're going to do, and that's what our responsibility as a city. I'm proud that this is a right to shelter state, and we're going to continue to do that.
All right, so he's still proud that it's a right to shelter state at that point. But then a few months later, he sees the light.
Something, New Yorkers. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to? I don't see an ending to this. I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City.
He sounds right there like he's describing a Godzilla attack.
We're getting 10,000 migrants a month. One time we were just getting Venezuela. Now we're getting Ecuador. Now we're getting Russian speaking coming through Mexico. Now we're getting Western Africa. Now we're getting people from all over.
Mayor of New York's like, where are all these people coming from? How are we getting all these people from Congo? Equatorial Guinea? See, I think back then in 2021, he thought he was just getting, he's going to get a few Mexicans, a few people from El Salvador, maybe a few Colombians, maybe some Dominicans here and there. But he's like, where are all these people coming from?
Over the globe have made their minds up that they're going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City. And everyone is saying it's New York City's problem. Every community in this city is going to be impacted. We got a $12 billion deficit that we're going to have to cut.
$12 billion.
Every service in this city is going to be impacted. All of us. And so I say to you, as I turn it over to you, this is some of the most educated, some of the most knowledgeable, probably more of my commissioners and deputy commissioners and chiefs live in this community. So as you ask me a question about migrants, tell me what role you played. How many of you organized to stop what they're doing?
Now I want you to notice, that was a recent turn for Eric Adams. When all of a sudden, this will destroy the city. And when he started going to Washington to ask Biden why he wasn't closing the border and all this, that, and the other, notice all of a sudden the FBI opened up an investigation on Eric Adams and all his the people around him. They're taking out his police commissioner, his education, is the person that runs the Department of Education here in New York City, and they're investigating him. Now, I'm not saying Eric Adams and his people aren't corrupt. They're Democrats. That's probably, that's like asking, do fish swim? Is water wet? The thing is, they didn't care. They didn't have an FBI investigation open on him until this will destroy the city moment. Then all of a sudden, he's got FBI investigations. That's the thing you gotta understand, guys. I'm not saying that a Democrat isn't corrupt when they open an investigation on him. I'm just saying that that's probably every Democrat mayor. If you opened up an investigation on him, you'd probably find something. It's the minute he started opening his mouth and making the Biden administration look bad, the biggest, bluest city in the United States was saying, we can't handle this shit, stop. And all of a sudden it became a problem. Think about it. Portland. Woke Portland.
And what we've been realizing, not just this year in 2023, but before that, is that as a city of 68,000 people, we're just not equipped to manage the volume in terms of need when it comes to people who are looking for general assistance benefits. But we don't have the housing, we don't have the emergency shelter, we don't have the staff to support people with those needs.
Now, Portland didn't have an influx of 20,000 Haitians. I think their problem was something like 1,600. They had a very small influx of illegal aliens, and they are saying they couldn't handle it. 1,600 asylum seekers, and yet somehow a small town in Ohio is gonna. Portland is overwhelmed by 1,600 people, but somehow Springfield can handle 20,000. Super chat from Stephen Knizzik. I have no idea what nasty, unspeakable things Neo had to do to Susan Wiki in order to return to YouTube, but man, I salute your sacrifice. Well, it could be the fact that Susan Wiki is no longer with us, Stephen. Unfortunately, she succumbed to, I believe, cancer. So YouTube is under new management, so maybe that has something to do with it. I can't say one way or the other. I do not know what motivated YouTube's change of heart. I suspect a mistake was made. That's all I have to say. Mistakes were made. We'll see how long this lasts. But if Portland can't handle it, I don't see how Springfield or Sylacauga, Alabama, or Athens, Alabama, or Aurora, Colorado is supposed to handle it. New York can't handle it. New York's a city of 8 million people. It has 60,000 currently in the shelter system. Unbelievable. Anyway, guys, I think we're going to leave it here. I've been yammering on for about 4 hours plus. Believe it or not, I have more tabs I can go on, but I think I've tortured you people enough for one night. And it's all black pills. There's nothing good I could say about this. There's no silver lining. Really, where's the silver lining in all this? Someone needs to explain that one to me because I don't see it. I mean, the best that could happen, I suppose, is if Trump wins in November. But you got to understand that even if that happens, I mean, that's just the start. That's the beginning of the work. Anyway, the big thing I want to say though is, if you're here and obviously if you did miss me on YouTube, head on over to Rumble and subscribe to the channel there. That way, if I get yeeted, you'll know where to find me. Rumble is not quite up to the standard of YouTube in terms of technical standards, but it's the best we got. It's the best alternative, in my opinion, and the ownership is reliable. They're not going to subtly go after people like us on there. So Rumble is pretty much a godsend. I believe that's where Taylor Hanson ended up landing. I think he started up a channel up on Rumble now that he's been yeeted from YouTube. But generally, they don't... I've never had any censorship issues from Rumble. I'm sure there's stuff you can't say. I mean, clearly, I don't think they want, things that are illegal. But I haven't encountered any pushback on any video there ever. Nothing never got a flag from them, something taken down. And the issues that we talk about on here could be very sensitive. So if you are on Rumble, or go down there and find me there. Also, if you're not on Rumble, just consider going there and just signing up. It's basically anybody that you want to listen to here that gets knocked off of YouTube. That's where you end up finding them anyway. Eventually, I'm going to set it up so I can stream to both at the same time, but it's going to take me a while to do that, guys. Come on, you see the state of the potato. We're going to need an injection of funds to deal with that. But we're going to have probably I would like to multi-stream not only to Rumble but also to Twitter at the same time. Could you believe it? You can now live stream on Twitter. So I'd like to get all three of those going if possible. I inquired with Matt Christensen. I think he uses IO stream. But sometimes he runs into trouble with it. There's no perfect solution for it. There's problems with all of them. But if and when that happens, I will let you know. Just trying to experiment around and see what's going on with the YouTube thing. See if it's going to be enduring. See if YouTube comes to their senses and go, oh, no, we made a mistake with this one. What are the... Oh, this is Fannie Willis disqualification hearing. I remember those videos. This is her when she was screaming, "This is a lie! This is a lie!" Yeah, Fannie's case isn't looking so good. The judge just threw out 2 more counts against Trump. And she's looking like she may not survive the year heading up that case. I think she's going to get tossed. And if she gets tossed, the case dies. Anyway, so that's going to be all for this NeoUnrealist, guys. If you want to help the channel, do me a favor. Hit like for this video if you haven't already. Leave a comment below. The algorithm always love that. Mash down that subscribe button if you're not already subbed to the channel. Maybe you're new here. It's possible. Click on that notification bell next to it. Put it on the all setting to keep up with new content. Now, if you want to contribute directly to the channel, you want to toss your hard-earned dollars into the tip jar, you can follow the links in the description of the video below to either Patreon, Subscribestar, or PayPal. If you watch this on BitChute, because these videos, I've connected it to BitChute. I kind of use BitChute as the archive. At least I did in the past. I don't know if these are transferring, though. BitChute acts funny sometimes. So I'm going to have to go check out, see if these last 2 live streams loaded there. Doesn't always like long videos. But if you do watch this on BitChute, you can click on the green tip pledge button on the video player there. But most importantly, guys, thanks for watching.